and tomorrow's day 2, which is going to be live right here in Lagos, Nigeria. So just type out your name and, of course, the country that you are watching from. So I'll be looking out at the chat section and just, checking out, watching out for you, because I would love to meet you. Again, I love to meet people. It's usually exciting when I get to host Pan-African events. All right, so can I please introduce yourselves, your name, and the country that you are connecting with us from? Okay, some destinations won't be able to get comments. All right, but if you can just type your name, just let me know if you're in Nigeria. Let us know where you're coming from. It would just be really nice to connect with people, all around Africa. But without further ado, I'd like to bring up our convener for this beautiful morning. I mean, it's just a delight to always work with her. Trust me, I'm honored. I mean, I worked with her, previously in her ministry work, and also with, TAAS, and, being live with African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum is indeed a honor. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know that your hands are not too busy, even though we know that we're not going to hear you, but from whatever country you are connecting with us from, please make some noise. Celebrate the president of African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum, Just eBay. Please celebrate. Please put your hands together as she joins us live, and she's going to take her remark. Thank you. Ma'am, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, wow. It's been such a day this morning. Such a day. But I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. Hello?
I want to believe so.
Okay.
I want to believe so. Yes.
What about
Yes.
you, Jadis? Okay, and
Yes,
you
I
can
can.
hear, you can see me correctly?
Yes. Clearly and correctly.
Fantastic. Okay. I think we'll just go right into it. We had such a rather rough start this morning, but I'll just go right ahead. I'm happy that today is happening. And I want to say a very good morning, distinguished guests. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the heads of states, the giants of industries, members of the press, and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen representing the elite of the African agroeconomic space, both present physically and participating online. It's a privilege to welcome all of you to the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum AGSEF Conference 2023. As I begin, I want to paint a picture in your mind of what is possible, especially if we look at the current
I don't know if it's just me, but I guess her audio has tripped off. I don't know if it's just me. Okay.
But I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, it's back now. It's back now. Please
Okay.
go on.
Okay. So the first thing I want to leave us with today is that Africa houses over 60% of unused arable land in the globe. And in that same vein, the 60% of Africa's workforce is in one way or the other employed in the agricultural sector. Lastly, more than 232 million are faced with food insecurity. According to a 2022 World Bank report, 1 in 5 Africans goes to bed hungry. This shows us that although we have both the arable and human capital, it also goes to tell us that to thrive as an agro-based economy, Africa is still unable to ensure that each African is fully fed or full-bellied on a daily basis. On the flip side, in 2015, $35 billion was spent importing food into Africa. This included staple products like wheat, sugar, soya beans, rice, and even beef. This amount is estimated to increase to $110 billion by 2025. The money spent importing food into this continent would trigger an agricultural revolution if rerouted towards helping every African nation become a food-producing nation. Such a revolution is one that can benefit every aspect of the economy and foster growth at unprecedented rates across the continent of Africa. Today, I want to open your minds to see how such an irreplaceable opportunity has been wasted, with many African countries suffering the highest rates of malnourished children, while unused arable land sits tight in close proximity. It will reaffirm that indeed it is agriculture through its untapped potential that can elevate Africa from poverty to a place where we can truly become a superpower in the shortest time. In 2015, the African Development Bank organized a high-level ministerial conference that held in Dakar, Senegal. And the title or the theme for this conference was Feeding Africa, an action plan for transforming agriculture in Africa. After that meeting, the AFDB promulgated the Agricultural Transformation Agenda, ATA. The goal of this agenda was to put behind the commitments made by African leaders within the auspices of the African Union in 2014 to accelerate agricultural growth in Africa by 2025. This agricultural transformation agenda sought to ensure that Africa could be transformed by 2025 through a large-scale exporter of food products to enable a turnaround in the continent's economic future. It supports the realization of key sustainable goals through transforming the African continent into a giant of agriculture, and also by leveraging a large-scale exportation of agro-allied products. The agenda forms the basis of our examination today of Africa's potential to be the supplier of food to the rest of the world. The opportunity, the resources, the manpower, and the favorable weather we are divinely equipped with must now be combined with appropriate structures and policy to ensure that indeed Africa can feed Africa and feed the world. Although, as a continent, we have been hitherto nonchalant towards our agricultural sector, a paradigm shift must take place so that we can begin to view agriculture as a trump card to quickly lift Africa into a place of prominence in the global arena. There are four key pillars of agricultural transformation agenda that specifies that there are four goals. Number one, to contribute to the end of poverty. Number two, to end hunger and malnutrition. Number three, to make Africa a net food exporter. Number four, to move Africa to the top of export-oriented value chains where it has a comparative advantage. This discussion will focus on the first two prongs of the ATA, which looks exactly on how Africa can feed ourselves before we begin to think about feeding the world. In addressing these two goals, the two goals are ending poverty and ending hunger and malnutrition. We must first ask ourselves what is necessary, what is urgent, and what is important. And this is because it must be the first call to ensure that even when we focus on agriculture, we will focus on it in a way that it can catalyze and end poverty for Africa as a whole. It's interesting to note that the 60% of Africa's workforce who are employed in the agricultural sector are still many times unable to feed their own families. The irony is not lost on us to believe. So, in beginning to address the role of agriculture in feeding Africa, the farmers who are the first key in regenerating agriculture as a solution to the woes of Africa must first be aided before they can aid this greater good of feeding Africa. Every government owes it to the farmer to ensure that they have access to the markets to sell their produce. in order to ensure that they have enough income to support their own families. This means that there are to be programs to ensure that when produce is available, there's access to buying markets, to ensure that the cycle of demand and supply is not truncated. Africa has the lowest number of GAP certifications required to export produce and food products to European countries. These farmers, they need support. These farmers, they need access to the right kind of seed to ensure a bountiful harvest that can feed themselves, their family, and still sell for profit. So one of the important roles that the African government should play is ensuring that every farmer is registered in a cooperative society as a touch point through which the needs of the farmers can be heard, and the supply capacity building resources like seeds, farming implements, access to technology that would aid mechanized farming. That would also improve farming techniques used in subsistence farming and ensure that every farmer is accounted for and can be tracked by the relevant ministry, that is, the ministries of agriculture across the different countries in Africa. The focus on the farmer is important because this is the foundational step to ensure that Operation Feed Africa, Feed the World is not hindered before it can really thrive. The African Development Bank has made it clear that governments should prepare structures committed to at the Malabo 2014 African Union meeting for the heads of state. And these structures, it means that these farmers will have access to seeds, transportation in order that they can get their products to the market, and then they can also get access to information on treating farming as a business, not just as a tool for survival. It is also noted that farmers should be taught the basics of running a business in order to ensure that profit is accruing to their account every time the season of harvest comes. Additionally, governments are responsible for ensuring that enabling policies are in place to aid farmers access finance to expand their farming on the African continent. In this, Nigeria has led the way through its NISAL initiative, Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending. Is a $500 million non-bank financial institution wholly owned by the Central Bank of Nigeria, created to redefine, dimension, measure, reprice, and share agribusiness-related credit risk in Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria partnered with several banking institutions to ensure that small-scale farmers had access to credit facilities to ensure that they could increase the profitability of the farming outlet. Therefore, governments must ensure that the farmer has the ability to access these loans, whether in terms of finances or resources and necessary structure for supporting them is available. Lastly, when it comes to increasing the number of farmers who are able to feed themselves and their families, we must now look to the way, or must look at the way budget has been passed in the past for agricultural projects. A boom in farming across the continent requires heavy investment in agriculture and its development. Before the second stage of exportation, internal revenue is required as a tool to take the continent forward in its goal to generate sufficient food to feed itself. It's important to note that one of the requirements of the ATA promulgated by the African Development Bank is that every African country should commit at least 10% of its annual budget to agriculture. In these three ways, the goal is to reduce and eradicate poverty through agriculture. And of course, we can immediately, as African continents, African governments set this in motion. I would also add that it is now even more pressing that this is implemented with an upward review. Consequently, it is my recommendation that every African country commits at least 17% of its annual budget to achieve the goal of ensuring that Africa becomes the food basket of the world. The second goal promulgated by the ATA is to use a focus on the agricultural sector to end hunger and malnutrition on the African continent. You heard me mention earlier that this must first begin with the families of those who are directly involved in the agricultural sector. But we must now cast our mind to how this affects every African, whether they are or not involved in the agricultural or the agro-allied industry. This also requires steps to be taken by the government to ensure that where produce is available in one area of the country, a network of supply chain is implemented in partnership with the private sector to ensure that every part of the country can benefit from the goods and produce grown locally, regardless of the distance from the farmlands who produced it. This indeed requires large-scale investment in transportation to adequately convey perishable food and their byproducts within a limited time frame and ensure that they reach the market in time. This also requires that African governments prioritize farming when planning to ensure that multi-stakeholder projects across board are prioritized because they are direct benefit to feeding Africa, ending hunger on the continent, and this indeed is a prerequisite for becoming the net exporter of food. This equally requires governments, the private sector, and small medium enterprises to work in tripartite agreements with the goal of ensuring that when the farmer produces, there's a value chain through which the primary commodity can be transformed into upstream products, which can easily be transported across the nation. This ensures that every part of the produce is being used to increase profitability in the agricultural sector investment and will serve as a catalyst to end hunger and malnutrition in the African context. Additionally, African governments in doing so should partner with transportation businesses to invest in food trucks, cold room facilities, storage rooms, amongst other things in strategic regional clusters where food can be stored and transported without loss of harvest due to a lack of electricity or poor transportation, or worse still, inability to access these markets or offload the goods that are received from the farmers. The next step in ensuring that there is an end to hunger and malnutrition on the African continent is to support young graduates who lack employment to invest in agriculture as a source of livelihood. There should be faculties available to simplify the process in order to ensure that every unemployed youth can take up unused arable land available in his or her vicinity and begin farming in a mechanized manner. The final step to address in ending hunger and malnutrition is addressing inflation and the effect on the cost of goods and services. When the food is being produced locally rather than imported, it becomes easier to beat down the rising rates of inflation. Locally grown produce is more accessible and affordable for those with limited resources. Coupled with the use of geo-mapping to ensure that there is a database of products being grown in different regions of every country, it becomes an easier task for the relevant ministries involved to direct the necessary produce to the areas where they may be needed, and by this mitigate hunger and malnutrition in that space. In addition, there must be an understanding that ending hunger and malnutrition is of direct benefit to all of Africa. This is partly because the burden on the healthcare system due to malnutrition is huge, and it's a huge drain on the continent's resources. The burden is greatly reduced by investment in agriculture through building interstate and regional roadways, geo-mapping and credit facilitation to enable more farmers take on unused arable land and increase their output. In turn, this ensures that the burden on the other parts of the economy is reduced, as the revenue from agriculture will inevitably increase through this investment. It is true that the investment necessary to achieve these goals are Herculean at first, but to ensure that the long-term benefit to Africa will more than compensate for the short-term inconvenience. When the African populace no longer struggles in ending hunger, we are now positioned to turn towards the global stage and begin transforming Africa into a net food exporter and the food destination of the world. I believe that we have a lot of work ahead of us, both at the private sector level and at the government level. But we can take it one step at a time by addressing the concerns raised today and in our individual places, identifying what we can begin to do with the different conversations that would happen at the AGSEF Conference 2023. As we go through the rest of the day, I want to appeal to every single one of us, individual entrepreneurs, governments, stakeholders here and gathered in different parts of the continent and the world. Pay close attention, give your honest contribution so that indeed we can achieve Operation Feed Africa, Operation Feed the World. Thank you very much and welcome once again to the African Government Conference 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate Just Evia, the president of African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. Please put your hands together wherever you may be. If you can also comment in the session in the comment section, it would be amazing to find it in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. Well done, ma'am. And of course, I'd like to call on the co-convener for today's event, Edith Ngage. I hope I got that correctly. Is Edith live? Is Edith on the call? Okay, all right. That's going to be all right. So we're going to play that now.
One of the partners behind
Can we
AGSEF.
start from the beginning, please? Thank you. Okay.
Welcome to AGSEF 2023. My name is Edith Njage, and I currently serve as Chief Steward of Ariel for Africa, one of the partners behind AGSEF, which is the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. We came together with the Association of African Startups and with the Just eBay Company and other stakeholders in order to bring this conference to you every single year. And a large part of it is for us, we are beginning to address the core of Africa's problems through a solution based approach. So every year, we put together a pool of speakers from East Africa, West Africa, North, South, and the diaspora, as well as Central Africa. And we come together to discuss Africa's key challenges, not from a problem perspective, but from a solution focus. And our reason for doing this is we believe that there are solutions to these key challenges that Africa faces. The key thing is just to begin to borrow from what's working, what has been implemented large scale, small scale across Africa and different countries to make sure that the implementation scales the continent. Last year, we hosted a conference on education and youth development, and that was an absolute success. That's available on our different channels and will be shared with you during this conference as well. Today, we are discussing agriculture, and it is the future of agriculture. For us, Operation Feed Africa, Operation Feed the World. I firmly believe that where we are heading to at this moment in time is a space wherein the greatest currency in the world is going to be food and water. It's going back to the basics, okay? Adam and Eve days. We're going back to food and water being the key things that we need in order to survive. It's no longer so much about, I don't know, real estate and other forms of wealth. Right now, we have a shortage, a serious shortage of food. We have countries importing more than they're exporting. We have countries unable to feed their people. We're entering a very tricky zone. We have droughts, extreme climate change, and we are facing a new normal. So, as we are saying, Operation Feed Africa and Operation Feed the World, the reality is Africa can, should, and that's what we are working on today. That's what we are discussing today. And I'm so excited because we have a pool of amazing speakers from across the continent, different backgrounds, different,
Okay, I want to be sure if everyone can hear the video. Can we all hear the video, please? Let's know. And can I get comments in the chat section, please? Thank you. Or is the video frozen? Okay. Okay. All right. Fantastic. So we'll move quickly to the thematic areas. Hello, ma'am. Madam Just. Okay. All right. I think that. Okay. Fantastic. So we'll just move quickly to the thematic areas shortly, and we'll start with digitization. And would I believe that Ajola Jalao is on the call. Is Ajola on the call, please? You can put her on the spot or him on the spotlight. So it's time for us to move to the panel discussions right ahead. I believe that, just from what, you know, Madam Just has said, we need to, first of all, because I mean, you cannot have, or you cannot give rather, what you do not have. First and foremost, for us to become the world's food basket, we have to be able to empower Africans and ensure that the average farmer is able to provide for his family, provide for his community, and then before we go, become a continent that can serve as the food basket of the world. So, like I said earlier, we'll move quickly to our panel sessions, and we're looking at digitization, or which is one of the thematic areas that we're looking at today. Okay, so I believe that we have a video from Ajola Jalal be playing shortly. Okay, maybe we'll get that again. Oh, hi.
Hello,
Hi,
good
Ajola.
morning, everyone. How are
You
you?
look amazing. Very well, thank you. Good to
Okay.
have you with us. Welcome to AGSEF 2023, and it's good to have you today. And of course, we're looking forward to hear from you on digitization as regards feeding Africa and Africa's and also Operation Feed the World. So please, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here today representing both Senegal and Banjul as a farmer. But before that, I was an investment banker on Wall Street and a world banker. But nevertheless, it couldn't prepare me really for what agriculture in Africa meant. I think Madam President covered a very important point, which was that we should talk to the farmers first, or look at the farmers first and solve their situation. And I think it's so disheartening that people don't realize that many of the people at the front lines of malnutrition are the farmers themselves. I guess, you just imagine we're growing food, so we should have access to that. But normally you're growing, whatever you can sell at the market, and you look at yourself last. Um, and also, I think Madam President was, very succinct about realistic issues and how to solve them. And jumping into basically having a digital agri economy, it sounds wonderful. I think it makes sense. And at this very moment, every single tool we could need that is technologically advanced in agriculture is already available. But for whatever reason, we don't see it here on the continent, and why not? And if you're looking at it from the perspective of farmers, farmers are always ready to learn. We're self-motivated. You don't have to worry about your manager. You show up to work every day at your farm because you have to. You're motivated by having the best output. You want to put your best foot forward. But nevertheless, we don't. The access to these machines, although they may be there, what I find is the infrastructure there? And I think this is what we have to look at. So when it comes to technological advancement, mechanization, is the infrastructure already there for these machines? When we talk about mechanics or other tools, yes, it's one thing that the tools might be brought to us, but we have an issue with maintenance. What we find is that maintenance can be very expensive for some of these tools. Access to spare parts are also expensive or not there. So before that, can we make sure that we're training youth on how to maintenance these machines, on how to fix them? When we talk about technology and I can't even say this word, but it seems to be. But are we talking about technology that we can afford? Sometimes we have technology and access to it, meaning that data is very expensive for the farmers. So it's basically saying technology that is geared for who are the end users. So if you're creating something for the farmers, you should think about it from the user's perspective and saying, how does it benefit them? And in order for that to happen, I think, like Madam President said, you really have to think from their position. Governments and agencies and the private sector need to be where the farmers are. And what I found very interesting as a farmer or with my colleagues, most of the time we know the solutions to our problems, but there is a bit of a rift between who can we connect with, who can we relay this to, and how they can basically turn this into a solution for us that makes sense. So if it's an application you're creating for farmers, does it consume a lot of data? How does it make sense for us? How does it work? You need to explain it to me as a farmer. The bottom line, how is it going to benefit me financially and overall? But I think really, as we talk about anything, we have to ask ourselves, is the infrastructure there? And this is a realization that we had as Grow Her. We built an amazing infrastructure. I mean, I'm coming from a very private sector background. So before you do something, you got to make sure you're really well set. And we thought we had it in the bag because, we have a great infrastructure on our farms. Now we realize that agriculture and farming is not a one farm thing. As soon as the produce, before it has to leave the farm, there needs to be an infrastructure of roads, good roads. When it comes to electricity, it has to be affordable. It has to be continuous, meaning that can we, even for a short time, keep our produce in a place that it can cool off? Because again, the realities of our environment. Yes, we have soil, we have tons of solar energy, but I feel that many of the times we talk about mechanization, but we're not realistic. How do we take that tool and say, guess what? Look, this tool might have been invented in another country, in another part of the world. How do we adjust it to the very real environmental situation, the climate? Whether it comes to rain, to rust. So these are some of the very realistic and doable factors that we should consider even before we jump into the other one. Because although we're talking about mechanization and everything else, that's correct. But I found that every time we can bring in new machines or new tech, why is it that it's not sustainable? Why isn't it sustainable? So because we don't have the tools to sustain it ourselves. So this is also very important when it comes to training youths, training just about anybody, because the agribusiness bandwidth is humongous. You don't have to be a farmer, but guess what? Farmers need technicians, and sometimes it's very difficult for us. So I'm all for mechanization. The digital agriculture makes more sense. It's faster, getting in touch with our consumers. But at the end of the day, I want it to be sustainable. I want it to be affordable, and for it to make sense for those that will be using it, which is the farmers, the African farmers.
All right. Thank you so much, Shallow. Please put your hands together for her, please. Thank you so much. I mean, just like you rightly said, it's really, really important that even as much as we want to empower these farmers or these young people, they need to have access. I mean, it's one thing for you to show me the technical part of it to help me to understand the digital side of agriculture. But then what if I can't even afford the phone or even afford to get data on my phone? So all of these things are very, very important. Thank you again, Ajola. I hope I'm correct. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. So we'll bring up our next speaker. Thank you so much. All right.
No, before she goes, I think I want to ask a couple questions. Okay. Ajola, thank you so much for your contribution thus far. You mentioned some things I find very interesting, and that's because in one of the interviews I had with one of the other panelists, he did mention the same thing, that we have some of these machines imported into the country, but the problem is manpower for maintenance.
Exactly.
So I like to think about solutions. How do we drive solutions for issues like this? Is it possible for people like you who already have some level of connections with the international world, coming from where you're coming from, Wall Street, investment banking, to enter into specific partnerships that bring in skilled technicians to train local technicians within the continent? So it becomes almost like a training school or an institution where we are skilling up our workers or even skilling our workers with this particular intention in mind, because these problems are not going to go away if we wish it. Somebody would have to step in there and get the job done. And so as I speak to you, I'm speaking to everyone who is going to be a part of this conversation to see we have a skill problem. Can we identify countries who are very skilled in terms of this machines and its repairs, and bring them into the country, bring in 1,000 people and say, in the next 1 year, let the only thing you do with these guys be to skill them up. Then after that, we begin to place them as interns or as staffs in different farms across the continent. This in itself is a solution that a farmer can begin to look into. And Ajalo, perhaps that's just something you can also start looking at in terms of how we can solve these mechanization problems.
Yes, Madam President. So 2 years ago, I had this conversation. This is actually with German representation because they're very good strong at technical things and following through. Now, what we found to be a block was the political will, because unfortunately, this conference and everything it represents, it's about changing the image that the world has had of Africa, that even Africans have had of Africa, which is that there is this hesitancy to invest wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly, because when I speak to various companies from Germany or other, there's always this hesitancy of investment risk. And I say that, look, you don't have a choice. The place where it's at is Africa. It's now or later. But nevertheless, it's to change the mentality, and we need the political will, meaning that our governments need to create basically an environment which is really business enabling. And also I think this comes on about issues about democracy, issues about saying that there's a rule of law, and these are all other factors that give confidence, let's just say, overall. So I think, when we say engaging on the political side, some of these agreements can happen between my farmer, my organization, and a company, because on the higher tier, our governments haven't signed certain trade agreements. It's really about trade these days. Nobody's interested in aid. It's not going anywhere. But there are trade agreements that have been called for. And sometimes it's as simple as making sure our representatives, our ministers, show up to these meetings. Simply put, show up and sign the document, and this enables trade. And that's really I think, if anything, I've looked at it and asked, well, what's the problem? They said, well, your country or X, Y, and Z needed to sign these agreements, needed to sign So I think when we talk about political will, it's this understanding that if those agreements are not made on that level, from top down to bottom, you're calling in a company to invest wholeheartedly, and they're willing to. Because I always say that, look, at the end of the day, growth is in Africa, whether it's our population, whether it's our infrastructure. Quite simply put, there aren't any more roads that need to be built in Europe or in America or any other part of the world or anything else. So for the most part, there's a saturation of business, and anywhere else, it's really here. But we need the help of those that are representing us to say, look, we need you to sign these agreements. We need you to show up on behalf. And I think if the private sector, anyone can remind them, because I guess they have a lot to do. And I'm a firm believer that government can't do everything, and they shouldn't do everything. We can all do our part. But really, sometimes it comes up to just them showing up and signing agreements that will benefit us, because that's leaving a lot of trade financing on the table. So this is the issue. But we don't give up. So that's basically
Thank you, Ajalo, for truly highlighting this. I know that the AFDB president in 2015, I believe, brought them into a room.
Yes.
And wanted to get them to commit to say, let 10% of your budget be towards agriculture. Exactly. But you see, one of the things I see about conversations or high-level delegations like this or like that is that ratification on paper is just paper. Exactly. Until there's an implementation partner.
That's
So
right.
here's where I'm calling for, and this is me speaking to governments across the continent. I'm calling for a heightened level of synergy between the public and the private sector.
Mhm.
Because quite frankly, like you said, the government is not expected to do everything. There's meant to be a synergy between the government and the private sector so that we can with ease
Right.
implement the things that are signed or ratified in terms of agreements like you mentioned like this. My hope is that we will continue to for lack of a better word, bring in leaders who are definitely passionate about agriculture. Because it's one thing to have these problems, it's another thing for the government of the day to be passionate about it.
Right.
A lot of African nations, well, like my country, they love oil. Everybody's about oil and oil and oil, which is great,
Yes.
but it's no longer news that if we don't pay attention to agriculture, we just may hit serious famine.
That's exactly true.
You
That's
see,
exactly
so
true.
I hope, and I truly, truly hope from my heart that the governments should now begin to pay attention to agriculture. Earlier on, when I was speaking, I had mentioned that one of the things that governments can begin to do is because there's a large statistics that says that 60% of unused arable land is in Africa.
Right.
And we also have one of the highest rates of unemployment globally.
Right.
So that's to say that if our undergraduates or our young graduates are skilled in terms of what they need to know to start agricultural businesses, we can assign them to plots of land. Say it
Uh,
is unused. It is
that's
free. You want to say something, right?
Yes, I did. You're right about that, Madam President. But I think that sometimes where we lose the youth or anybody else in the conversation for agriculture, 60% of arable land. That's true. We have water. We have all the resources. The motivation in order to get the youth to be vested. What do farmers want? Profitability. Profitability. And I think even if the skill, our youth are well trained, they want to learn, they understand what's going on in the world. They have the most democratic tool in their hands, which is a telephone. Whether it's an iPhone or a Samsung or Android, you have the most democratic tool that gives you access in real time what's happening. But at the end of the day, unless green jobs become profitable, meaning that I can earn a sustained and dignified income, I can build a house. Okay, fine. Maybe not build a house, but there's another question here. It said, what do farmers want? The same thing as everybody else, meaning that I want to have ownership of a home. Can I have a mortgage? Can I, take care of my family? My children can go to school, take care of my mother. So up until that is really looked at and it becomes a profitable endeavor, you can't call anybody to it. I can't have a vested future minded thinking if I can't build a future on this agribusiness or agriculture. You can give me the land, sure. And then what? So I need to be vested and basically link that. Look, this is part of my future. This is a career in which at every stage I'm building myself. I'm building my family. I'm building a legacy. I'm building a career because there is room for growth in agriculture. But unless there's already profit, unless there's a dignified job, meaning a dignified income, sorry. It's a dignified work already, but it's an income. So I think really this conversation about what are our farmers earning? What is the average across the regions to understand this and what do they do? And that's why I liked your opening remarks because they were very realistic about making sure that those that are on the front lines are okay, that they're more than fine, they're okay. And then guess what, now they can begin to engage on innovation, they can begin to engage in other things. But you can't have agriculture without people. It doesn't matter how digital you are, how technologically advanced you are, it's just one of those industries that is it's with people. Now when you call the people to agriculture, you want them to stay. And for me and anybody else, if I know that I can take care of myself and my family there, I'm going to stay. I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to make sure it grows. I'm going to make sure whether there's a outside turmoil or what's going on, I'm going to take care of that. And I think whether it's just the farmers, whether it's companies coming to Africa for work, I'm always saying that, look, you have to look at the situation and understand that when you have employees, you have to look at their entire wellness. It's no longer about just providing for a salary because the infrastructure is not there. So really, This needs to be considered. And if agriculture start and green jobs, really, there's tons of green jobs, tons of green jobs. But if you're going to call any graduate or anyone who wants to study, it's like, well, why am I on this path? Why am I doing this? Because I can have this dignified life. I can provide for myself. So really, when green jobs become profitable, I think, yes, we have the youth, we have the people, but get them vested, and that's where the will makes all the difference.
Thank you so much, Ajalo. So I know you probably weren't prepared for this question I'm about to ask, but I have to ask it anyway. You're
Go
a
ahead.
young girl
Yes,
in agriculture who left what some people consider a dream life
that's right.
to come back home to Africa. Tell us,
Yes.
what's the story? Tell
Okay.
us the story.
The story. So the thing is, I always wanted to do agriculture or something like that. I grew up going to my father's farm, although he was a civil servant. My mother also loved things with nature, but it's what I loved. But nevertheless, I had an opportunity to travel abroad and go to school abroad, and that was really a chance. And I think most of the time, when you have a chance like this and people look back, they tell you, look, in Africa, you need doctors, you need lawyers, you need anything else. But I never once saw a farmer that I wanted to be like. Never once did I see a role model for a farmer that says, "Oh, that's me. They're living a good life. That this is something I would like to become." And I remember that already on the second day of university, I was sitting in the quadrangle, which is the big green, and I was there with some of my friends or the people I just met, and I said to them, "Look, you know what? I need to be at the Scottish Agricultural College. This is not for me." But I didn't have the confidence. Maybe my parents would have supported me, but I didn't have the confidence to basically take that other path because I didn't see it. It is not a curriculum. When children are in school and they're having a career day, you rarely see anybody saying that I want to be a farmer. You can be a fireman or anything else. And I think for me, it was always part of who I am. I was drawn to ag projects, whether it's at the IFC World Bank. Anytime we were talking about investment, I remember being on the fixed income desk at Bear Stearns, dealing with other deals. And I'd be discussing to the guys there, like, what the riskiest investment is agriculture. And that's true. So, but I think finally it all came together when I lost my partner and when I lost my husband. And I thought, wow, okay. I realized that everything's okay. He was fine, everything was fine, and then this happened. And I think that you have this tendency to think that, okay, I'm just living my life, I'm going ahead, and you want to change, but you don't because there's a comfort zone. And what I realized is that there isn't any real comfort zone. Take a chance and do what you want to do, because when he passed away, a good part of myself was also gone. I had identified, it's normal. You identify yourself with your partner, with your husband, with your family. And I think that we have this tendency to believe that, we're just here and at some time, but already life is a risk. Every single day we're here. And I said, you know what? I've got to give myself this chance. And I think that was the emotional and psychological catalyst. And I think for me, at the end of the day, I also realized if you're selling a car, once you sell the car, it's gone. It's done. That same person that bought maybe a Mercedes Benz AMG or G Wagon will not come back and buy another G Wagon. But guess what? The guy with the G Wagon, the woman with the G Wagon, they have to eat every single day. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what is your political affiliation. It doesn't matter. You have to eat every single day. And I said, there's nothing less risky than that. That is a guaranteed recurring sales. I've never seen anything like that. So now finding myself as a widow, having to support myself, thinking agriculture is an industry where it's really flexible. Taking care of a family, being able, you're still working for yourself. But the way I did it is that I wanted to create jobs for other people, because at the end of the day, I was lucky enough to be somewhere else. But guess what? No matter where you are and you're coming from Africa, you're always going to be from Africa. There's no way that you're living comfortably abroad anywhere else without facing whatever's happening on the continent. And that goes out to the members in the diaspora. You are not disconnected, or there is no rift between yourself and what's happening on the continent. Because at the end of the day,
Absolutely.
when you're working, your salary, there's a percentage that has to go back to the continent. Why? Because the infrastructure we need is not there, the jobs we need is not there, the skills aren't there, the education. So all of these things, it really makes sense to finally fix the problem at home, finally and once and for all. So if you look at the amount of money that's moved by the diaspora alone, it's just as shocking as the amount of money we spend on imports. So these are all these other things. So for me, coming back was twofold. It was like, one, this psychological need that I wanted to do something finally that I maybe was scared of, but I believe, look, just go ahead, create a living for myself and my family, but also other people. So for me, this is really the catalyst, and I couldn't imagine doing it anywhere else. And lastly, I always want to tell people that it can be very trying here on the continent. And I think what's amazing is that I see so many people doing so much with very little, and continuously innovating to make it happen. But I always tell people that, we have to give ourselves some grace, which is that this plan or this Africa that we're in currently, this wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. But although now that we're well on the way, it's not too late to make it make sense. And I think that when it comes to agricultural industrialization, when it comes to any kind of urbanization, at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to get it right because we've had an opportunity to watch other people do it. We know what industrialization can look like. We know what disregard for the environment looks like. We've seen it in other countries. So we don't have to do the same. And the fact that we're coming along now, guess what? We have a chance to learn from somebody else. We don't have to make the same mistakes. But really, this is my story. And that's it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and celebrate Jola Jalo, please. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. Thank you so much for sharing your
Thank you.
story. We hear you and we appreciate, you sharing on this platform. So move on quickly to our next speaker, and it will be with a video from Edith Ngage. So can we have the video play now, please? The video from Edith on digitization. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're jumping into the digitization panel. When we talk about digitizing different parts of agriculture, we're essentially talking about how do we make agriculture more efficient? How does it become, how do we start talking about CRM systems for clients? How do we digitize the parts of agriculture that otherwise have been very tedious, be it on the business side of operations or in the actual agriculture itself? And these amazing, amazing speakers are going to be breaking it down for us on how this digitization is more cost effective, is more climate safe, will allow us to produce at scale, and will actually increase our final output. And this needs to be part of the conversation that's happening, because right now there's a lot of tedious work that goes into agriculture that's not necessarily necessary, if that's English. Not necessarily necessary. And because of that, we have a limit to how much we can do as the African continent in this space. And we have a limit to what we can achieve as Africans in this space. So we need to have more done. And the way to get to that is through digitizing a lot of our processes and systems in the agri space. Okay, stay tuned, enjoy, be interactive.
Sharp. Okay. All right. So that was really quick and short. Now I would like to bring up Madam President, Just eBay, for her speech on digitization. Over to you, ma'am.
Oh no, I have just the speech I was going to give is what I have given. We're just going
Okay.
to call up our speakers for
Okay.
the day. But
Okay.
while
So
we're
we'll
waiting for the speakers, I think I still wanted to have some conversations with Ajalo if she's still here, so that we can talk while we wait for other speakers to come on.
okay.
Ajalo, if it's fine, please engage me, indulge me. Yes, Thank you so
She's
much for
back.
sharing. Thank you so much for sharing your background story. It was so inspiring to watch. I think the
Yeah.
other question I wanted to ask is if you were to enter into specific partnerships to increase your profitability
Mhm.
and make you what you may call a global farmer. So let me break this down this way. Every profession, like you mentioned earlier, has role models, people they want to look like.
Mhm.
Okay. Say if you're a cosmetic surgeon, you're looking at how to be like all them Hollywood doctors.
Mhm.
So if you were to paint an ideal picture of what a successful global farmer from
Mhm.
Africa should look like, show us what that looks like.
Well, I think even before the global portion is established, I think that if you are a singular farmer or farming on a large scale and you have a big vision, meaning for management and business, it's really important to basically engage an outgrower scheme. This is important because one thing that people have to realize is that it's about consistency. So before you can become a global supplier in anything, is that are you consistently supplying quality? So saying that, you know what, fine, on our farm, this is how things work. We've implemented quality controls. We make sure that, we have the same green pepper all the time. But how do we make sure that we have a consistent supply? So let's engage outgrower schemes and get them involved because there are other farmers. Agriculture is big enough for all of us. Getting them involved and then teaching them how to grow the best green pepper, that looks exactly like ours, that has the same guidelines. Because at the end of the day, the global market has a consumption need, right? That needs to be fulfilled at every single time. So for me, this is the first thing I would do. The second would be also storage capacity when we talk about global, because at some point you have to move from wherever I am to anywhere else. Am I moving directly from the Gambia and Dakar by port? Am I moving by air freight? The question is, what is the most sustainable route? And then checking the diagnostics. Hello? Hello? Oh, I
We
can't.
can hear you. Please go
Yes.
on. We can hear you.
Okay. So the most sustainable. Oh, you can't hear me, or I think you
Okay,
can't.
I
I
can
think
hear you.
I thought
It's a bit
Madam President wants to say something. No.
okay.
What is the most sustainable route for this before you can think on a global platform? So once you've set yourself up like this, it's really easy to have a continuity. And I think if you want to be a global player, there needs to be a continuity in your business, in the quality you produce and consistency. I am asked over and over again, do you grow everything? And I always say, absolutely not. I'm not interested in growing everything. I'm interested in growing things that one, the market continuously needs, meaning all throughout the year, and also that has a high profitability rate, and it's less susceptible to damage. So these are the things I'm thinking about when I think about business and farming. But really, it's about building the network first in Africa, meaning that it's not just my farm that's operating, that we're building a brand and that you have an outgrower scheme that follows the same guidelines because it makes sense for them too. Meaning that you don't have to handhold your outgrowers. They get it. They say, you know what, when we grow green peppers like Grow Her tells us, everything gets picked up. We know that we're getting paid. We know that this is being sold. And most importantly, it's also when we talk about global, a big market that we don't look at is just trade within ourselves, within African countries. Trade within African countries. And the question
I
is,
agree.
what are we actually selling? I always say that I'm not interested in growing blueberries in the Gambia or in Senegal. It doesn't make sense for me. Where's my comparative advantage? And now you're in a world where people are interested in having different tastes. We're becoming more vegetarian, thinking about plant proteins. We have an amazing resource for this. The normal species we had, that when it comes to plant species and what we used to eat and grow, there's a big shift now to say, look, can we discover new plant species? Can we try other ancient grains? And we've had this advantage all along. How do we bring that to the world? How do we introduce that to people in other parts of the world? I remember sitting here and I really like plantains. I love them. And I couldn't believe that when I ordered at the restaurant, they didn't have any. They said there's a shortage. And I said, how is that possible? Like there's a shortage of plantains. I said, how is that possible? But that's the reality. So this is a huge market we're missing. So when you say global, for me, I'm like, yes, as a global player, imagine that you're already saturated in the African market, meaning that I have plantains I'm producing to the point where now I can export. And when we talk about export quality and local consumption, it has to be the same. It doesn't make sense to me why I should now put all my energy into export quality and locally, what am I consuming? What am I selling? I think this is a mentality to understand that we also in Africa have an ambition to want something good for ourselves, to want something better. I want the best looking one. Because what I found when I work with partners who are at hotels and other places, they say, AJ, we want very much to buy locally. I'm like, of course. But it's in their interest because when their guests come, their first opportunity at getting to know a country, every time it's food, it's at the plate. That is your first real interaction when you visit. And look, the people coming, it's either euros, dollars, whatever currency they're bringing in. That's already export. That's already foreign currency in one way or the
Yeah.
other. So for the hotels and all the restaurants, it's about the best foot forward. So this is why it's important that we have the infrastructure where we're already growing export quality that's being sold locally. So I don't want to have a differentiation. I want to be at export quality every single time because it's just cheaper for me and it makes more sense. And I think that when we look at the recommendations, the guidelines, and the documentation that's necessary in order to export, I think that we need to have a sit down and we need to renegotiate these terms realistically.
I
Uh,
love that.
some of this documentation can be $100,000 and upwards. That
Thank you
hundred
so much.
somewhere else. Okay, very well. I can go on, but it's so that's very well.
I wanted to, oh, there are lots of questions in my heart. I love how you're giving me exactly what I want to hear.
Very
And it
well.
just makes me feel so, yeah. So the next question I wanted to ask is,
Mhm.
how has the internet in any way helped your business? How has digitization helped your business in any way?
Okay. So for me, I always felt that uh, farmers rarely leave their farms, except for me. I leave the farm. I'm lucky enough to be on stage and to even have this platform to speak. But farmers rarely leave, and there's a disconnect sometimes, even for farmers to move from their farm. Sometimes government has great policies. They've put together wonderful packages for farmers, but guess what? The farmers don't know about it. They don't even know how to access it. They just can't. If you imagine the cost it takes from a farmer to move physically from their farm and go to the ministries, someone like myself, I can do it, but the majority of my colleagues can't. That's already number one. So for us, just the internet and the information that we're able to share with our members, it's unbelievable. When it comes to dealing with organic methods of pesticide, or saying that, guess what, the government has a new policy, or they're basically it's a matching fund, or this has really been a catalyst. But I think the biggest part for us so far, no, there's several things. One is having a borehole that's connected to my iPhone. So wherever I am in the world, I can just sit and find out the situation with my borehole, which is a huge investment, very expensive, but it's necessary. If you can't have water, it's not possible to do anything. So for me, this was one of the biggest things about, a digital agriculture, that, wow, I can monitor my borehole, see what's happening with it, when it needs maintenance, all these other things. It's very important at any part in the world, and it allows me to do other things. But I think also, if anything, the mentality of agriculture, meaning that talking to the people that we need to talk to, which is young people, basically getting them to say, you know what, we're on board with this. We wholeheartedly choose and want to do it. And I think, if anything, this interface, being able to speak with them, be able to speak with, connect with other people that are in the same field, but I think really there's so many applications that are coming out, but they have to be more user friendly. So I think for me, the borehole, basically being able to connect things with my phone, you can do irrigation systems and timed irrigation systems. This really makes a huge difference because it's just too busy. Life is just simply too busy these days. So I think for us, really, digital makes sense. It's also cheaper. It's simply cheaper. So for me, overall, this is what I've seen, and there's just so much more that can be done. But I think that it needs to be from the point of farmers. It's from the point of those that are at the front lines to build applications, build tools from that point of view. Yeah.
Thank you, Ajalo. I hear you when you said irrigation from your phone and all of that. And there are farmers who have no idea. So I'm
No
going to
idea.
leave you with this. I
Okay.
want to task you with
Okay.
at least helping 10 farmers within your locality to
Okay.
achieve
Fantastic.
what you have achieved with digital. At least 10.
Okay. Wonderful. I welcome the challenge, and
Yes,
I've always said you can't be a successful farmer by yourself. It's not
yes,
possible. So that would be
absolutely.
all I think here. Thank you, Madam President. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ajalo. I will reach out to you personally. I feel like we need to connect. There are other questions I want to ask you, but not
No
here
problem.
because this
Very
is
well.
yeah. So I would get your number from my team so that I will send you a WhatsApp message and then we can hit it up from there. I
You're
feel like
very
there's a
welcome.
lot we can do together.
Okay. Thank you, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us today. Yes. Lady Jade is over to you. There was a speaker who was just back in now
Okay.
and then
Okay, ma'am.
he left, not sure. I missed his name now. There's a speaker who was just back in. I must have
Okay.
missed his name. But just give me a minute, let me get his okay, his name is Kanjun. Kanjun. So you may just do his intro while we wait for him to come.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ajalo. I mean, it was such an insightful knowledge, having to go through all the different phases, understanding that even as, a farmer or an agro supplier, you need to consistently supply quality because there's no need or there's no use of you being a world food basket if whatever you're producing is not quality and if you're not consistent because once there's a shortage people would usually go to the next available person. I mean, this happens in our everyday life where the regular person that probably sells or the kiosk close to your house, if you would usually buy a certain product from them, the moment they don't have that particular product, you'd want to go to another person. Or the moment you notice that the quality of that product has been reduced, you'd want to go for a much more better quality product. So once again, I really believe that we've learned a few things and been able to jot a lot of things down so that we can be able to take these things home and be able to apply them to us and also to spread it to our community with us. All right. Once again, we're still live at the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum 2023. And it's been a delight with Madam President and, of course, with Ajalo right here today. Now, we have one of our speakers live, and I need to confirm on the back end if, we can go live with. Okay, all right. So we have Jean Dalmas EU on digitization. Jean Dalmas EU. Can we have Jean Dalmas live now? Monetization. Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Okay. I've been told that he's not. Oh, so Jean is experiencing some network glitches from his end, as well, because he was live some minutes ago, and then he went off again. So let's just hope that the network will bring him back. All right, to ma'am, do you have anything to say to us?
Not necessarily. It's just in my heart, I'm wondering when we'll be over infrastructural issues like the internet. And I'm not sure if Ajalo is still here. I mean, just so we can talk about this. I'm not sure how do we get over infrastructural issues like this? It's crazy because we set up every time you set up a conversation, there's always going to be internet glitches. How do we get over things like this? It doesn't happen in a lot of developed countries.
No, I think there's a point I made. I said that, look, we've realized that the Africa that we're currently in wasn't planned. We
Hmm.
didn't start out with a plan. So we have to give ourselves a bit of grace. But really, this is why I said with everything we're doing, it's digital agriculture, mechanization, do we have the infrastructure in place? And I think it comes from will. It really comes from there has to be a political will and a wholehearted investment to say, look, we're doing it. But I think it takes time. I see that work is coming on, but I think when it comes to the will to say, look, this needs to be done, to say that we have a tangible time frame for leaders that said, look, by the end of these 2 years, I expect this entire country to be connected. And I think that also dealing with our international partners, whether it's the World Bank, the IFC financing, and they do finance this project, we need more financing for this. I think before we talk about other issues, it's really important to set this infrastructure up and to go directly into fiber optics. So
So
when I
good.
so when I said that, look, we're doing our level up at this time, and it's a good thing because we have a chance to already learn from others. We're already in the updated version. We can directly implement the updated version. There's no need to set up the old wiring. We can go directly to fiber optics. So I think what I see now is that this idea that, look, let's give ourselves or have the ambition of self to say, let's have the best now. Why should we wait to crawl and then have the movement say, okay,
Yeah.
fiber optic is the way to go? Let's just make sure that within every month, is there a target for how many kilometers of fiber optics are laid? That's it. So when this not only, and I think what I loved about the point you made was that you connected healthcare and agriculture. And this is something that people always forget because, when I don't normally look like this when I'm doing my field work, but when I'm with my colleagues and I'm out there, I remember the most heartening thing I saw was that, we were writing names, registering members for Grow Her. And someone I considered, I thought, I don't know how old she was at the time, but as we took her name and her birthday, I realized that she was a 24-year-old girl. And I was shocked because she didn't look 24. She looked way older than that, completely beaten down, completely. And she was trying to feed a baby. And I just broke down because I said, she's farming, she's gardening, she's working, but she is not well fed. She's not well nourished. Now, can you imagine what is this infant getting from their mother? Are there nutrients truly in that breast milk? She's barely making it. So for me, this is like the disheartening thing when we talk about infrastructure and healthcare, even telemedicine. So saying that is the political will, all right, every 2 months, I want to make sure the Ministry of Technology and so, you have XYZ kilometers done. So this is where the will comes into play. And I think that really for the private sector to understand that it's in their best interest to also push for this. Again, government can't do everything. It's not supposed to. It's basically supposed to have the keys, open the doors and say, go ahead. But it's really important for the private sector to understand that for their growth, it's in their best interest that infrastructure in Africa is properly established. It is one and the same as you find in the West. There's absolutely no difference. Because when it comes to implementing their businesses here, they also suffer from the same thing. When they start in year one, they realize everything's going well, but before year two, electricity is too expensive. What happened? You can't run some manufacturing services on solar only. You need a mixture. So I think really I'm going to task this on the private sector side because usually through their experience and how they work with accountability, it's really to say, look, for the governments to say, guys, we need this to happen in order for us to invest, in order for us to finance, in order for us to support. And that's all I can say about it.
Thank you so much, Ajalo. Please stay on the call so that they can add other panelists and then we can continue the conversation.
Okay, very well.
Lady Jade, go ahead. There's Ntale and Jean at the back end. Please introduce them so that they can join the panel conversation and then you can go ahead with your moderation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jalo, for being so helpful. I mean, it's just really delightful hearing you speak and just, provide amazing solutions. And, your story has been really, really rich and beautiful to listen to. All right. So can we have Jane now on the call? Because it would be lovely
No,
to hear
please
from you.
add Ntale Matse.
Utale,
John's
okay.
network again has
Oh, my goodness. Hi, Ntale Matse. Ntale,
Hi.
you're live.
Hi, everyone. It's
Hi, you have a
Tlale.
lovely smile. What did you
Thank
say?
you. Tlale Matseke.
Okay, nice to have you on the
Awesome.
call. So over to you.
Thank you.
We're expecting you, and we have waited this long. And of course, we want to hear your side on digitization in terms of agriculture in Africa, having to feed Africans and of course feed the world. Over to you. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Good day, everyone. And what a pleasure it is to join this really important conversation. When I got the briefing notes regarding my contribution today, it had to do with the fact that we've got to look at how we can boost, production internally when we're talking about our continent, and find a way for us to reduce our import bill. And one of the things that really comes to mind is just the fact that if you don't boost your productivity, you can't supply. You can't have internal, a boost of trade if you're not boosting your productivity. So the most important thing is, and the question that I sit with daily in my work is, how are we in the midst of climate change, geopolitical tensions, and the rise of food inflation? How are we going to boost productivity with a changing environment as well? How are we going to leverage the existing opportunities that the carbon neutral drive is creating in order for us to boost socioeconomic growth? And I think the most important part there is, and I just caught on to the last conversation regarding infrastructure. It's not possible to do without infrastructure, and more importantly, if you're not going to leverage environmental gains, it's not possible for us to actually boost our productivity. So one of the things that I just want to leave our delegates with today is the fact that we have got to find a way for us to boost agricultural productivity in a way that leverages our environmental gains. That's the most important thing. If we're not finding ways to, produce in a climate sensitive way, in a manner that, boost climate goals, it's not possible for us to grow. And it's not possible for us to even talk about internal trade and reducing our food import bill, that is sitting quite high. The fact that Africa is still, importing things like apricots makes no sense. We are importing so many different commodities that we can and that we are currently sitting with a comparative advantage in. And the most important thing here for us is to look at how do we ensure that we are able to boost our productivity. And I think that's where I'm going to leave my initial intervention.
All right.
So
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Jade. I
Yes,
keep
ma'am.
interjecting, but as soon as I have those ideas in my heart, I want to get them out. So,
It's
Ntale,
fine. Over
when
to you,
you
ma'am.
say environmental gains, exactly what do you mean? Just so this can be clear to us who are delegates here.
I'm going to use a very practical example. A couple of years ago, we were running a project in the south of Mozambique, and farmers there are planting maize, and that is their staple. And so, what we did there was for us to introduce climate smart agriculture, growing and producing food in a way that regenerates the environment. And in that case, we were looking at how do we intercrop, how do we boost the nitrogen in the ground so that you can have higher yields of maize. And it was as simple as getting the farmers to intercrop their maize with soya beans, and as a result they were able to boost their yields, and they were able to even leverage other markets because of the fact that they were able to now produce multiple crops. And so that's one of the ways. There are so many other applications where we're talking about how do we ensure that we're able to boost permaculture. So, and permaculture talks to having different components of an ecosystem, whether you're talking about aquaculture, which is really, I mean, it's quite a massive market in West Africa specifically, as well as some parts of southern Africa. How do you ensure that you have production that regenerates the land? If you're looking at forestry, for instance, how are you making sure that the environment around the forest is also able to sustain other types of production? So climate smart agriculture, we can't run away from it. It's not possible for us to be talking about boosting productivity on the continent if we're not talking about making sure that we're able to produce in a way that regenerates the land and creates, and just makes it possible for the land to give us more in future. I mean, we could go and talk about increasing our fertilizer use, increasing mechanization, but at the end of the day, those are all complementary practices that are supposed to be supporting the regenerative capacity that we have on the continent.
Oh wow. Ajala, do you want to speak to that before I move on to the next thing I want to ask? You're
Jalo, your mic is
muted.
muted.
Ntale,
Okay.
you're quite right about that. I think you can hear me just fine. At the end of the day, I always say the same thing, that farmers really are at the front lines of environmental degradation. We suffer from that the most. We see the adversity and the climate change situation with our soil, when it comes to soil health, when it comes to access to water, or even there being water. But at the end of the day, no one's having this conversation with farmers. They see what's happening. You can talk to myself and colleagues. Maybe I can understand because I can Google it, or I have access to information and say, why is this happening? You can ask them, well, years ago it was never like this. What's going on? So there's a big disconnect. So unless we start integrating that into just holistically how farmers farm, or having this conversation, and or basically not just conversation, but just show what we can do to buffer this issue, to buffer the direct impact we're facing as farmers due to climate change. So when it comes to, yes, you talked about increasing nitrogen, which is huge. And I think the other thing that I remember telling colleagues and sharing with our members was that, again, you can introduce increased nitrogen by putting in moringa trees. Moringa was everywhere, but we talk about moringa and its power of well-being, but the fact that moringa also increases nitrogen into the soil. So again, there's tons of information, but for me, I'm always speaking from the perspective of farmers. There's this disconnect where, wow, if only they had access to this information in a way that it makes sense to me. When you so I think this is really that there's this disconnect. We have this conversation here when we should also have it at a level with those that are at the front lines. I keep saying they're the front lines of malnutrition, they're the front lines of climate degradation, so really. And also when it comes to saying how to implement this change, how to implement tactics that to buffer what we're going through, it's going to come from that side. But really using our environment, or working with our environment. When we come talk about technological advancements, are we using machines that are friendly to our environment? Can they be sustainable here? So these are some of the things that I'm always discussing. I'm like, this is a wonderful tool, but it's not going to make sense where we are long term in our physical environment. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tale. Thank you so much, Ajalo. The next question I wanted to ask, because this is a stakeholders engagement forum, and the idea is to identify problems and proffer possible solutions so that we can hand that to people. The next question I want to ask is, you both have mentioned one of the things that affects our yields the most, and that's consistent depletion of the soil. Do we have any platform or any resource that has a list of crops that can be paired together for ease of access to farmers? Because this conversation is here. We need to cascade it here. So do we have any list, any resource, any platform, any academy that has a potential exhaustive list across the continent? And by across the continent, I mean that majority of the crops you eat in South Africa, in Senegal, are not far-fetched from what I eat in Nigeria. So even if we don't have 100% similarities, we don't have too many percentage differentiation. So do we have any platform that has those lists, potential paired crops together, that can not just increase yield, but boost the nutrients in the soil? Tali, you first.
I think that you're asking such a pertinent question, and I think this is one of the reasons why it's so important for farmers to take advantage of organization. And by that I mean joining associations where this has already been done. I'm talking from a South African perspective in this case, but I've had the pleasure of working for a regional farmers organization where we were working with 12 countries and farmers organizations at a national level. Every one of our countries has a national farmers organization that represents the interests of farmers. And it's important for farmers to find their ways to join these organizations, because they would collectively be finding ways to represent farmers, but also to support the bargaining power of farmers, to boost their capacity in terms of negotiation skills, in terms of training, in terms of accessing finance and the like. And so that's one of the ways in which farmers can gain that access to information. And as my colleague is saying, it's important for us to find ways for that information to cascade down to the farmers. But having this forum today is only the first step in doing that. How do we ensure that the farmers are of the or understand that there are these platforms where they can gain this information that give them access to all of these opportunities that we're discussing today? Luckily, we live in a time where digitalization is making it possible for us to bridge that information asymmetry. But at the end of the day, farmers organizations, we really can't get away from it. Just last week, I was in Dar es Salaam for the Food System Summit, and the farmers organizations are there, and we're talking about pertinent issues, topical issues regarding how do we ensure that we bridge the divide where we're talking about different ways of reaching farmers, different ways of reaching young people to access the sector. How do we ensure that digitalization is not leaving farmers behind while they're farming? How do we support them in their endeavors? So I think I'll hand over to my colleague now.
I think that there's so much information. There's already so much information. There's studies upon studies, and most of it is free. If you're lucky enough or able to, manage your way through. But like I said earlier, for the majority of my colleagues, they're in areas where internet penetration doesn't exist, or it's very costly for them to have these downloads, or some of the information, it might be in English, might be in French, might be in another language that they don't necessarily speak or can, or it's being presented in a way that they cannot take it in. I think for me, this is some of the things maybe I'm able to, read it and pick it up at a certain level because I've been lucky enough to have a kind of education and exposure. But some of it is time consuming. But again, there's tons of information. I think governments have tried. There are other things, but is it centralized? Is it intuitive? Is it in an intuitive manner at the end of the day? Because I think, again, it's the same riff we're talking about. Those that have the solution to the problems are the farmers themselves. Now, how do we get them to, as I said before, the farmer being able to go to the Ministry of Agriculture physically is already a task, because transportation is expensive, or they don't have time to leave their farm, or all these other things. These are luxuries for farmers at the end of the day. Going online, if I have there are tools that I can use because that's a luxury for the majority of farmers, and these have to become staples. So this is really about how do we get this connection where it's smooth and it makes sense from the farmer side to those that are implementing the policies, those that have the financing and the resources. Because I think there's an oversaturation. The information is there, but it's not coming to the people that need it the most.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next question I'm going to ask Ntale is, can you tell us 5 or just 4 easy steps a farmer who is listening to this can increase their ability or their potential to export food? 4 easy steps.
Okay. First and foremost, farmers need to find ways to increase their productivity. You can't export if you're not producing above, surplus. There's no way. So the first thing is, how do you ensure that you're able to boost your productivity? If you're farming a crop which requires mechanization, then obviously that's a different situation. We have to look at how do we access machinery? How do you access implements? The second thing is, how do you ensure that you're able to operate above the minimum economic unit? And how we define a minimum economic unit is essentially the volume at which it justifies you to be in business. Farming is a business. Farming is not an occupation, it's a business. And the difficulty on the continent that we're faced with is that our farmers are operating in informal manners. And so the key thing is, how do you access value chains? That's the second thing. So once you're able to produce reliably, and you're able to increase your productivity, you're now able to start looking at markets. And I mean, I'm talking about these things in a sequence, but the reality is that when you're looking at farming, you cannot produce unless you've got a market, So the first thing is essentially get your market. Then once you've got your market, make sure that you're able to produce reliably to meet the specification of the market and the volumes at which the market requires it at the right time. Quite often we talk about, these gluts that occur that drop the prices because farmers are not able to communicate, how much they're producing and the like. So the third thing I would say is, as a farmer, you've got to find ways to be organized. Whether it's accessing a farmers organization or some or other structure where you're able to access some of these resources that we're talking about today: information, finance, all of the support resources that allow you to produce. That's the third thing. Join organized agriculture. That's the third thing. And then lastly, I think as just a broader theme is ensure that you are professionalizing your trade. I think it's very difficult for us to say that farmers must professionalize their trade because of the fact that they're farmers. Farmers want to farm. So the important thing here is, how do we ensure that farmers are able to access opportunities that allow them to just focus on their core trade, which is farming, and these opportunities can support them, whether we're talking about incubation structures and the like. Obviously, every country has its own level of sophistication in that regard, but these things are there, and you cannot access opportunities if you're not in organized agriculture.
Thank you so very much, Ntale. Ajalo, do you want to speak to that? Before you speak, Ajalo, Lady Jade, please bring a rose upward. Bring a rose to the stage. That's the word. Then Ajalo can speak, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. I really do hope that our delegates are soaking in and learning a lot of things. And one of the things that Ntalale said that really struck me was having to professionalize your trade. Because one of the things that are able to make private organizations to be able to give either grants or supply certain things to certain organizations because they belong to a certain body. And like you rightly said, farmers, they just want to farm. That's it. They have no they really don't have any business with just being professionals. But it's really important because when they have a body, it's able to meet all of them under one umbrella and access them to be able to communicate with them and speak the language that they understand.
I
Once
love that.
again, we're still live. Yeah. Once again, we're still live at the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum 2023. And of course, we've had amazing speakers of us speak to us. So can we have, is Jean now live with us now?
No, Rose Chimi is on. Rose is live. She's under food processing, so you could
Okay, so
just
move
bring her
quickly.
up. Rose,
So,
yes.
so just move quickly to food processing, right?
No, let her join. I want her to be a part of this conversation. I will
Okay.
take you around. Don't worry, I will wing it.
No, not a problem. Okay, so can we have Rose Chimilila on the call, please? Hi, Rose Chimilila. How you doing today? Good to have you on the call, and of course, you're welcome to African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. I'm sure that you've heard, Njalo and Tilale have amazing conversations so far. So your mic is muted. It would be nice to mute your mic so I can hear your lovely voice and, of course, see your beautiful face as well. Hi, Rose. We're waiting for you. We have longed to see your face and hear your lovely voice. So we're literally waiting for you to say something to us. Maybe the network. It was just
While
something
we're
we
waiting
just.
for her, I think Ajalo
Okay.
can go ahead with her own part of
Okay.
the conversation. Thank you, Ajalo.
I think, as my colleague said, it's very true that farmers need to professionalize their business. I think the basis of the company I created was that creating professionals in agriculture as a career. And this really, we talked about subsistence agriculture and agrobusiness. And the story of agriculture, or the majority of people that are doing in agriculture, if you ask them, how did you start or how did you find your way? You said, well, my parents are doing it or my mother does it. I help them after school, or if I'm even lucky to go to school or they don't go to school, it's something they just do. It's what's being done, they just do. So it was never a choice where someone says, you know what, I'm making a choice. I'd like to be a lawyer. I would like to be a translator. I would like to do any other thing, where you start to make conscientious choices in your study. We don't talk about science. We don't talk about mathematics. These are all integral staples of agriculture, and agriculture as a business, already the mentality. So the question is, are you forming farmers? Are we forming business-minded agricultural employees, or people that this is a career? That's number one. But nevertheless, you have the people that are already there. How do you get them to basic change their mentality, or just accept and embrace the business side of it? And what you find is that linking it to profitability, to understanding, what's the cost of their inputs. Really, farmers consume and buy inputs, but if you ask them really, what's the cost of your inputs versus now what your price point should be, what are the commodities prices in the market, they wouldn't know what to tell you. So there's a limitation of information. But I also find that when it comes to financing, you have banks that would love to work with farmers, but for whatever reason they can meet in the middle, because there's some formalization that's necessary for banks. I need you to have a business plan. When you come to the farmer and say, okay, well, we need a business plan, it's just understanding, well, I'm farming, I'm growing stuff, I'm selling. What do you understand? Why do I need another business plan? But there's an intricacy of saying that this is a business plan. I've been doing it for so and so. Really, to understand that, look, this is a bank. They don't deal well with so certain kinds of risk. Banks normally are used to short term risk. Agriculture is a long term game, but long term game. But how do we meet in the middle? And I think really it is also up to the farmers to be like, you can't be scared of papers and documents and filling out forms and being risk averse to say, guess what? In order to get to the next level, there needs to be some assumption of financing, of responsibility, fiscal responsibility, And I think that the other part of that, we need insurance. So, because I think majority of the businesses, there's always a buffer and insurance, but for agriculture, that's missing. The policy is there, but putting it into place. And we do need banks and financing organizations and operations to be risk averse about agriculture. They need to be open about agriculture at this point in time. So farmers need to be professional. You need a business plan. You need to understand. But the first thing is to explain to the farmer why. How does it make sense for me? And I think really this is what I've seen with my own colleagues in my own regions in Gambia and in Senegal, really explaining to the farmers that this is why it makes sense for you. And then you have the aha moment, like, oh, okay, because I can plan financially, I can now make future decisions. I can invest. But lastly, there's something that we're not talking about when we talk about professionalism and even going to banks. It's ownership. I can't be future minded if I don't own something, future minded about my investment. A lot of projects that we've done with the World Bank and other things, the dev impact is always so important. There's a development impact of 300 women in some region in Gambia. We had this development impact. FAO invested millions in a garden, in a farm. And then some years later, when you come back, what do you see? Has that continued? Has that been sustained? No. If you want to quantify the amount of money that's been spent, it's unbelievable. Why? Because at the end of the day, how many of those people that were part of that project actually have ownership? The majority of those women don't own the land. They were maybe allotted the land by the chieftain, by the village, or whatever it is, that area. And most of the time, it's not the best land, but they worked it for decades. And now Africa also we have another issue, which is housing. It's a very real thing, and it's necessary. We need housing. Now, what's happening is that what is supposed to be agricultural land is going to go towards housing. Now, if I'm working this land, I don't own it. Do you really believe that I'm willing to take the steps necessary and basically break my back for investment, or even take on risks when I know I don't own it? So it's very important to understand, how do we collateralize when it comes to agriculture? It should no longer be that at the bank, bring me a piece of paper for the land. We really have to be flexible these days, because that's a reality when we talk about financing for agriculture, about ownership. But if people do own something, they take care of it, they plan for it, they'll invest in it. So, and guess what? I think this is the catalyst, or that when you say farmers don't move towards the information, they're not voicing up, they're not the organizations, they're part of it, they sign their name, they're members, but do they show up? Are they willing to pay dues? So what's really happening there? But if they're well motivated, meaning that they say, look, this is going to something I own, I'm building it, there's no chance of me losing it. I'm going to show up at the meetings. I'm going to make the effort. I'm going to find a way to go to the ministry. They call the meeting, So for me, this is that part of the backstory that is very important that we don't talk about. How to increase real ownership amongst farmers and amongst women, especially.
Wow. Ajalo, honestly, your presence at this year's engagement has been beyond enriching, beyond enriching,
Okay.
beyond enriching. I mean, you have exposed deep amount of problems that exist that a lot of people may not be. I love that you spoke about ownership. This is so powerful. I love, love, love it. I mean, Lady Jade, I believe I'm not alone here. The other question I wanted to ask while we wait for Tale to come back is, as a farmer yourself, what has competition looked like? And let me explain what I mean. Imagine that you are farming in a community where there is, say, a predominant supermarket that imports majority of the produce that people buy. And then a Jalo comes from nowhere, Jandel looking babe, knows how to work her farm, and all of a sudden wants to start displacing all these other products and services, or what you may call connections. How has competition been for you? Yeah, I want you to share that from your experience as a farmer.
So you would be surprised that when it came to accessing the market, I didn't have that much of an issue. What I mean is that the demand is already much higher than the supply. I'm mostly working with horticulture and fresh, things that are short lived. So when it comes to importation, that's one side. But what I found was that right now, if there's a boom and a level up, there's a boom and a level up everywhere. Meaning that right now, overall, the mentality in Africa for Africans is that we want to consume better for ourselves. People are thinking about longevity. They're thinking about their health. They're thinking about in every aspect. There's coming in a shift of wanting better. If you think about when it comes to even consumption of luxury travel within Africa itself, it's on the rise for a reason. So that wasn't so much of my issue. And I also found a willingness when it came to hotels and restaurants, and because now you have more restaurants blooming, you have cafes that are doing smoothies and fresh fruit, and people just in general they want to consume fresh. This is no longer a bourgeois or a luxury of somebody in the West or abroad. Here internally, we want to consume better and consume fresh. So for me, that wasn't the issue. The issue I had was making sure that I had a consistent supply that looks just as good or even better than that of my competition. My competition would be an importation, meaning that they have access to water all the time, water resources. There's never enough ways to have water. Number one. They have access to storage systems, which are very super clean, very hygienic. I mean, really, there's an entire process there set up to make things easier for them, to make sure at the moment before you pick the green pepper to whatever, it's already very streamlined. So for me, that's where my real competition was, because guess what? They have a pipeline that's consistent, that's always going to work. There's no shortage of light. They don't have to worry that, did the ship depart on time? Did the plane depart on time? Did their workers show up? Are the workers, even the employees that are supposed to be on the farm, can they even get to the farm? Because transportation is so expensive. Is there reliable transportation? Is there a train or bus or something that's reliable and safe that it can bring my employees to the farm? So these are all some of the things. That's where my real competition was. But at the end of the day, what it takes to basically produce something that is of quality and that looks good, we had the infrastructure for that. But I kept hearing from partners, they said, you know what, we want to support locally, But at the end of the day, you don't want someone to buy from you out of pity. That's only going to happen once. You want someone to buy because they respect what you do. They say that you're consistently always there and you're a go-to, because when you're entering the market, you better be sure there was somebody else there before. Why
Yeah.
you? Why
Yeah.
you? And I'm saying that, look, whether today, tomorrow, next month, next year, I want to be that when you, the person that when you think about green peppers, it's automatically me. I'm not trying to do everything. If my competition is doing tomatoes better, and I know that at this point I can increase my productivity, like Ntale said, I can get it to the level to look better than my competition. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm going to work with what I have. So really, there's competition, but if you think about the rate of consumption we're having here, the competition is not, is really consistency and quality. And that's where my competition beats me out, because they're coming from a place where the pipeline's already set up and it runs seamlessly. They have access to everything they need, whether it comes to good seeds and everything else like that.
Thank you so much, Ajalo. Thank you so much. Before I take Ntali, I want to bring Tariq Ismail up. Tariq, are you ready to come up stage? Please join us up stage. Lady Jade, please add him up stage. Okay, fantastic.
He's
Thank
up
you,
now.
Tariq. Thank you, Tariq. What country are you joining from, Tariq?
I'm in Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Hello.
I'm not sure I heard you very loud and clear. Did you say Tanzania?
Can you hear me?
Okay, while we wait for that, I'll just take Ntale's question. Ntale, could you share with us some bureaucracies that you have observed with exporting, at least from your local country, and then speak about other countries that you have done any kind of project whatsoever? Because it's easy to say we want to cut off imports, but there are real bottlenecks. Do you want to share what those bottlenecks are and what you think local entrepreneurs can begin to do about those bottlenecks? Be it partnerships, whatever you suggest, we want to listen. Tariq, please let me know if you can hear us loud and clear. Go ahead, Ntali.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
I was
please
speaking with
excuse
my
me
off. I was
because
saying, Tariq, are you audible? Lady Jade, I don't know if you can hear Tariq, but I can't hear him.
Well, I can't hear him either. Tariq, can you hear us? Maybe you should try. I don't think he's speaking, even though his mic is not muted. So I think that he needs to either log out and log in again. And it could be a case of the network connection basically on his end.
In the meantime, I'll just respond to the question while Tariq is sorting himself out.
Yes, please.
What I was speaking about is access to finance and access to affordable finance. Having worked in the financial industry, I've come to understand that, accessing finance is all based on risk, perceived risk in most instances. But the important thing is that the risk, contributes to the price at which the finance is being deployed. So one of the bureaucracies I would say is, how do farmers access finance which is relevant to what they're producing at a term that makes sense to them? It doesn't make sense for a farmer to pay a monthly installment when they're producing a crop that's only being harvested once a year. And then also, more importantly, finding ways for the risk to be adjusted for. And in that case, I'm going back to what Ajalo was talking about in terms of keeping records. So the bureaucracies that have to do with the access to finance, for me, I think are the most pervasive, because there is this perception that we don't have finance available for farmers. Finance is there, but the reality is that function or finance follows function. So if there is no capacity to carry the debt, carry the grant, whatever type of capital you're talking about, the finance is not going to flow in that direction. One of the ways that I'm very excited about in terms of producing, particularly in agriculture, is the potential of impact finance and impact investments. Impact investments essentially is finance that is linked to intention. In that regard, we're talking about finance that is linked to socioeconomic outcomes, environmental outcomes, the triple bottom line, as we like to call it. And it's always so interesting to hear this, but what you're hearing from these impact investors, and impact investors could be your angel investors, it could be the family offices. We're talking about wealthy individuals, wealthy families that are looking to make their fortunes impactful. All of those different stakeholders, NGOs, the like, are looking for projects, and they keep saying that they can't find projects that have the capacity to carry the finance that they're trying to deploy into. And that's all about impact measures. How do you define your impact measures? What are impact measures in the first place? How do you tell a farmer what are your impact measures? You know what I mean? And the reality is that it goes back to what Ejalo was saying. How are you recording what you're producing? If you're saying that I produce 4 tons of ground nuts in a season, that's the first, let's call a line of defense. The second one is how much of the production that you
Okay, is it just me or Tilale's network is taking her off, or she looks frozen?
utilize in order for you to
Okay.
contribute to disposable income. And all of these are different types of impact measures. And I think going back to the question about how do we target these
Jalo, can you hear her? I want to be sure it's not just me. Okay, you're muted, Jalo.
Yes, I can't hear her. I think she's maybe it's the network.
Network.
Hmm.
Lord help us today. I mean, because she was really, really,
Yeah, she was
saying a
really
lot of
making some
things.
very strong points about
Yeah.
I think with her finance background about
Yes.
finance follows function, and that there are just certain payment agreements or for cash flows that don't make sense for farmers, because unfortunately or fortunately, when you put a grain in the soil, it takes time to grow. So within
Definitely.
the span of those months, there isn't any cash flow that you can or payment you can make towards the bank. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, the bank needs to see some reference, and that's where records come into place. There needs to be a reference point. I can't bring my commodities and my goods to the bank and say, look, I have tons of bags of squash for you. And you can taste them, but that's my reference. It's good, right? But it's really
Yes.
saying, look, I've been farming for 10 years now. This is my record, my good and my bad, the high and the lows, because it's a business. And the farm, and
Definitely.
that just shows my commitment to what I'm doing. And I think that, as she said, there's a impact financing might be another way to look at it. But for me, is also now how to get the impact the angel investors with the projects. So I hope she comes back online.
Okay, definitely. But I think we have Tariq on the call now.
Harry,
Tariq, can you hear us? Because I can see that your mic is on, but your video is not on. So just let me know in the private chat section if you can hear us so that you can also answer the question. Okay, Tilala is back. All right, so Tilala, over to you. Your mic is muted, by the way.
I'm so sorry.
Welcome back.
And I don't know where the conversation was left. So where
Okay,
did I
you were talking about taking stock and documentation. Right,
Yes.
how whatever crops the farmer is given cannot suffice had for payment with the bank, and they have to have a track record, which means that if that's for the fact that they have all these grains
That's
as
right.
evidence, but there has to be documentation. Okay, this
The-
this tons of grain I have, and this how much money it can produce to be able to
That's
reconcile with the banks. Please, over
I
to
think
you.
it looks like I got thrown out when I was talking about the impact measures and how do we support farmers in order for them to be able to document all of those and set up these frameworks that allow them to report in terms of their track record. It's not sufficient to say that you're just producing 4 tons of ground nuts. I think that's the example that I was utilizing. But how much of your yield is actually being marketed? How much of it is being sold for a profit? Not at subsistence level. How much of it is actually then generating an income that you can now put your children into school? The most important thing for farmers is to educate their children. and so it goes back to that. How are you able to document and show that the investment that you are making, we call it skin in the game in the financial industry, how much of what the farmer is investing is actually going into their improved livelihoods? And those are the impact measures we're talking about. It gets a lot more complex than that, and we can go into how much of what is being produced is contributing to carbon sequestration. All of those different metrics are what is important for angel investors, family offices, all of these impact investors who are looking to invest with a certain intention. Every impact investor has their own intention. You even have your religious investors, churches, that are actually making investments into development, which is quite interesting. And in that instance, they would want to obviously look at the intention that is tied to their funding. So churches are not going to finance cannabis, but the reality is that they're going to be looking at certain measures. So how do you align the production on the farm and the intention of the farmer with the intention of the investor who can contribute to what they're doing? Because that's the only way. We can't look at commercial funding for subsistence farmers. It's not working. I worked in a commercial bank for a couple of years, and one of the reasons why I left the commercial banking industry is because I could not see farmers on the book that looked like me in my country. And that was a big problem for me. And that's the reason why I ended up going into development, because I recognized the fact that we need to find ways to create capacity within the farming organizations and farming enterprises so that they can be linked to, the resources that they require. So commercial funding is one thing, but I think what we need to be looking at is how do we support farmers in order for them to access other kinds of funding, innovative funding. How do we link farmers to credit scoring, which is based on data? If a farmer is using the M-Pesa account and they're able to buy on the M-Pesa account, why can't we use that as a credit scoring tool? Why are we looking at balance sheets? So that's, I think, I will end up repeating myself. The bureaucracy that we're talking about there for access to affordable funding that is relevant and suitable for the kind of farmer that we're looking at supporting. We need to find ways to improve the track record so that we can actually link to the type of funding that's more relevant.
Thank you very much, Ntale. Thank you so much. Nandi, can you hear us? Tariq, can you hear us? Please confirm you both can hear us.
I can hear you.
Nandi, welcome. It's great to have you on stage. Nandi is joining us from South Africa, I believe. Ntale, you're from South Africa too. Fantastic. Then we have Ajalo from Senegal and Banjul. Did I get that right? Fantastic. Then Tariq from Tanzania. So indeed, a Pan-African event. Thank you all for joining from the different regions in Africa. Nandi, it's great to have you. I'm going to have you speak briefly, and then Tariq will also speak when we get to his turn. Nandi, for you, we want you to talk to us about some of the innovations you and your team have created in terms of helping farmers within the continent of Africa, of course, from your region, be able to increase their yields as far as agriculture is concerned.
Thank you very much for having me, and good afternoon to everybody. I'll first start by addressing your question, and then I just want to commend Charlie on some of the points that she put forward, because as a farmer, I attest to everything that she said. But just to answer your question, so I'm an organic farmer, so I'm very intentional about the farming practices that I employ, as well as the training that we give to other farmers. So first and foremost, what we do is, as a team, before we conduct any training, we do a needs analysis, and we do to actually see where the farmers are in terms of their production, where's the location, what sort of are they dealing with. Then we're able to then customize and the training.
Nandi, sorry, is it just me? I can hardly hear her. Can everybody else hear her?
Yes, her volume is pretty low.
Okay, so that means it's me. Go ahead, Nandi. I'll figure mine out.
Okay, can everybody hear me now?
It's better now.
It's better now.
Okay. All right. So post-COVID, we've relied a lot on e-commerce. and digitization as well as digital tools to be able to transfer the knowledge and the impact that we want to see for the farmers. So apart from the technical side that we do, when you go with the farmers, what are the key issues that they're doing? We'll also do a market, see whether or not there is actually to provide for the produce or the commodities that they're seeking to bring to the market before we even start engaging. Because what we found is that, farmers will use data that they've either found from other farmers or, that's not really reliable, that speaks to what's actually happening on the ground. And they put seed to soil for something where there's no market for. Is there a problem? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Should I continue?
Landy, please go on.
Oh, okay, yes. So those are the first things that we do before we start engaging with farmers. We do pre-assessments, we do a needs analysis, we check, how the business has been performing. Like Kelly was saying, have you been, keeping records of how you farm, and actually we look at the production yield so that we're able to actually assess the impact of the training. So, we rely a lot on apps. I mean, there's one that we use with our teams. Once we've trained the farmers, then we integrate them to that platform, which is called the Kula app, which is the South African app that actually helps farmers get access to inputs, equipment, and actually get access to the market that they would not necessarily have. So those are just the interventions and the tools that we use, to ensure that there's that link between the farmers and the market.
Thank you so much, Nandi. Could you quickly share some of the challenges you've encountered and how you solved these challenges?
When it comes to training farmers?
Yes, when it comes to training farmers and when it comes to also giving them access to your application and the entire monitoring and evaluation system, that entire value chain, what challenges have you faced and how have you solved them so far?
Okay, so the biggest one that we found, because obviously I do have my own farm, we offer the training, but I also work with, the South African Organic Organization, where we're trying to upscale the uptake of organic practices within the SADC region. What we found is that farmers don't actually document when they plant, what they plant, what is the traction, what is the income, what are the losses, which makes it very difficult then to be able to fully assess where they actually are and where they need to be. So that's one of the first biggest challenges that we currently are trying to see how we can mitigate that for our farmers. Because, you'll have somebody who will tell you that they've been farming for 5, 6, or 10 years, but they actually don't have the data to support it, which makes it very difficult then to be able to come, and implement an intervention. So that's one of the biggest challenges. There's no proper documentation, there's no record keeping, which again, of course, becomes a very big problem going to a financing body to look for, financing, because they actually can't prove that their business was sustainable. Then the second one is the terminology. You will find that people are following sustainable practices, but the jargon that's used, is not what you will find that a lot of people rely on sustainable or organic principles. But, they were just not using the right words, if you will. So the level of communication that can happen. Then thirdly, we find that farmers are not really, using technology and the innovation that is out there that can help them be more effective production. So there's that gap between, the understanding of which technology actually works for, your locality. So those are the top 3 biggest issues that we're finding. And of course, the fourth one, financing, which I intentionally did not put as the first one. But, like Kelly was saying, but we find not really meeting the criteria, you know, because they're not documenting the they are people. It's not exactly what Anita would be looking for. So those are the top 4 challenges that we are currently finding on the ground when we are seeking to develop pharmaceutical skills transfer.
Thank you very much, Nandi. Thank you very much. Tariq, can you hear me clearly? Mr. Tariq, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I can hear you. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you yet. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, moving very quickly to your question. I want you to speak about water scarcity. I know that is one of the issues farmers face across the different countries in the continent. What would you suggest are ways to mitigate this problem? What do we do as a people, considering the importance of water to every and any kind of enterprise?
So one of the things that I think that can be done to mitigate the issue of water scarcity is large-scale hydrogeological surveys done throughout each and every country. Because what I have found, for example, in one of the regions that I'm farming at in Tanzania, it doesn't receive a lot of rainfall and you don't see a lot of water above ground.
Is it
However,
just me? I
if
can
you
hardly hear him.
do the
Can you all hear
hydrogeological
him?
survey,
Lady Jade, can you hear
can
him? Ajalo, can you hear him very well?
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear him.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay, yes, I can hear you better now without the mic, without the headphone.
Okay. So my apologies. It's a bit cloudy outside and I'm using satellite internet. So I'm trying to get as close to the satellite as possible to improve the
It's
reception.
okay, we understand.
But right. As I was saying, one of the things that can be done to mitigate the issues of water scarcity is large-scale hydrogeological surveys in each and every country, whether it's financed by the government or different aid agencies. Because what I've found is that in many of these regions, like the one that I'm farming in Manyara, there's not a lot of rainfall and there's not a lot of water above ground. However, if you do a hydrogeological survey, and you do drill a well, maybe 200 meters deep, there's plenty of water. And when you look at the grand hydrogeology of this region, you find out that it's connected to large bodies of water like Lake Victoria and the Nile River. So hydrogeology is one of those areas in Tanzania and in Africa in general that hasn't been studied as much, but it should be studied much more in order to understand the water resources.
So when you say hydrogeology, you're talking about, in layman's term, digging a borehole. Is that what you mean? I mean, I'm trying to simplify this. Is that what you mean?
So by hydrogeology, I'm talking about water bodies that are underground wells.
And how to access them, correct?
And how to access them, yes. Because you can even look in a place like Saudi Arabia, in Mecca, where they have the well of Zamzam that's been there for maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years. They don't receive a lot of rainfall there, but there's wells there that's continually supplying water. And there can be similar scenarios in different parts of Africa, like I see in Tanzania, in the region that I'm farming.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think the other question I'll ask you quickly. Okay, you want to say something? Go ahead, Ajalo, please. Thank you.
I find it very interesting, Tariq, what you're saying, and it's on point. But how do we make sure that this is sustainable? When we talk about sourcing So far into the earth, what would be your recommendations to make sure it's sustainable? Meaning that the disruption, or basically clean, making sure that we're keeping that water source clean. What can you add to that?
I would say to make sure that the people who are using the water are using the proper amount of fertilizers that they need to use for the crop, for example, so there's no eutrophication, or in other words, nitrogen runoff into those water sources that can pollute the water sources. And also looking at different environmental controls such as waste management so that there's no biological harm or biological contamination running into the water source.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. Nandi, is there something you want to add to this, please?
Hey, Stephanie, can you hear me? Jello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Yeah, thank you so much. I just learned something new. I also did not know what hydro technology is. Thank you for
Right.
that clarification and sharing that with us. So what I'd like to add is that, I think I did mention earlier that I'm part of the farmers that were selected in South Africa to upscale uptake of organic and sustainable principles across the SADC region. And one of the biggest things, when we are assessing a farm or we're going in for an audit, is we ask for water test or soil test.
Yeah.
And it just loosely touched on what Tariq is saying. It's so that we see that there's no contamination to the water source that's involved in the production.
Exactly.
And oftentimes you'll find that farmers will say it's a costly exercise, which truly it can be. But we found that, there's a lot of organizations even in South Africa that do offer, that service at very competitive prices. But it actually does help a farmer, give you actually, it gives you direction as to what you can actually plant within that area. What are the levels of the pH in your water, and you can be able to plant according to that, and also being cognizant of your market. So water is quite a key issue. I mean, we do know, and there has been some regions that have experienced drought. So when we're looking at regenerative principles and we're looking at sustainable principles, one really needs to be cognizant of climate change and how you as a farmer are ensuring that you're not only protecting the biodiversity of the area of your operation, but how are you promoting a healthy ecosystem. So this is why there's been such a huge promotion of indigenous African food crops, because they are designed for the temperature, they are designed for the areas that we're with. So as we see climate change becoming more and more an issue that affects everybody, of course, including farmers, we must not be afraid as Africans to really go back to the drawing board and start growing some of our indigenous crops, like I said, that are very drought tolerant and are nutrient dense. So that's just one of the ways that I think that we can combat that issue of drought in some of the areas that we see across the African continent.
Nandi, I'm glad you mentioned that. I think earlier when I was speaking with Madam President, I talked about, when we talk about export, I'm not really interested, I always say, in growing blueberries. I'd rather be growing things that I have a comparative advantage in naturally, and meaning it doesn't make sense to me. And I think what you say is that, historically over agriculture and commercial agriculture, now you have the very big agencies and the very big companies that have led the way, saying like, guys, guess what? We would like to look for other plant species. We've been dealing with staple food for a reason, because we had to feed a lot of people. But at this point, we're really also interested in bringing on board other indigenous species of plants. Sadly, with the way how agriculture was, you get a forest, you go in there, you slash everything, you burn everything, and then you start growing your staples. We lost a lot of that, but I think now having farmers that are, as you said, are paying attention and saying, look, you know what, we are looking at the species that we have here, the wild species and the wild varieties, and saying that it's common sense, because without too much modification, without needing so much fertilizer or any other artificial fertilizer versus organic fertilizer. Anyway, when I say organic fertilizer, I'm just talking about source. I'm talking about things that, it's more or less growing with the soil, and even with a limited water supply. But for the most part, what you said about having a comparative advantage in our indigenous species, that really makes sense for plants. The other thing that why water becomes such an important thing is that, more and more we're becoming cities. More and more with agriculture is a need for housing. That's a need that all across Africa, it's really necessary, and I'm on board for that. But what happens is that farmers and farms are no longer far away. They're no longer going to be isolated in the years to come. So now, how do we make sure that, although it's the same water resource, to make sure that there isn't a cross contamination? So I'm glad to find out in the area that you are in, you have organizations that are willing to do the tests at competitive rates and prices, and that's available. I think at this time we don't have that so much available in our region, and I think this is why this conversation is important, because it's very rare that as we are in Africa we get to speak to each other. I'm sitting in Senegal, you're in South Africa, Tariq in Tanzania. But when we have a chance and a platform to really speak to each other, we'll find out, okay, you know how to do this better than me. You figured this out. I need this information. I need this tool. I need these resources. How do I get that on board? How do I have you bring it here and implement it here? And I think that's why panels like this are really key, because we're really in the same situation and we know the solutions, but we don't have an opportunity to talk ever. And I
Yeah.
also know that Nandi, where you are in, what I've noticed there is that you have an amazing abundance of agronomists comparative to this part of the world. So this part of Africa, I can really tell you that when I visited, I was just amazed by the amount of graduates you had that really understood agriculture, were interested in it. I mean, that was exciting to see for you with young people, and that at this level. So these are just some of the things that I think are really important that we have this conversation, whether it's just not on just this panel, but we take it a step further and make it a connection for business or something else like that. I just wanted to say that now before I forget.
Thank you. Absolutely. That's why we have conversations like this.
Yeah.
That every one of you know yourself, you know your region, you understand your peculiarities, and can partner to be able to solve problems even deeper within the localities where you do your business in. Tariq, I want to ask you, could you share with us 3 innovative ways to improve the yield of farmers? Use your region as an example and what other regions can learn from you.
I just want to make sure that I understood your question. You said because there was some shakiness when the sound was coming through.
Okay, I said
Can you repeat your
3
question, please?
innovative ways. 3 innovative ways to increase the yield of farmers using Tanzania as a case study. Lady Jade, anywhere I'm not clear, please re-echo, just in case my network is wonky.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So for us, the one thing is that we look to see what local resources are available that can be processed or used in agriculture in any kind of way. And one of the things, one of the glaring possibilities that we've started to act on is that Tanzania has a lot of seaweed resources. It's about the second largest producer of seaweed on the planet. So we started to process the seaweed to make biostimulants, and those biostimulants amazingly have a miraculous impact on abiotic and biotic stress. You know, common problems that farmers face is too hot, drought, insects. And also what's being done on the farm in terms of managing the organic resources on the farm. For example, some farmers here, they have a lot of cows and, you know, they need to plant, but you find out that they're not using the manure when they plant, and you ask them, what are you doing with the manure? Some of them are burning the manure, and then you test the soil, and is deficient maybe 10 tons of organic matter per acre. You know, there's a 10-ton deficiency of organic matter per acre. So teaching farmers that they have the resources to change their situation, because this even ties back into the issue of water. You know, if farmers are using the right amount of organic material in their soil, then they're going to conserve a lot of water in the soil as well. The third thing is, I would say, intercropping, cover crops, and just basically keeping a planting schedule. You know, some farmers only plant one crop per year, and it's not exactly the most healthy thing for the soil. So changing the crops that they're planting, or doing succession planting, for example, planting legumes or long-term crops, is one of the things that we're starting to implement here, because usually farmers plant maize, and the maize will last about, you know, you harvest maize in 3 months, about 3 months. But we started to plant pigeon peas because it can stay in the ground longer, and what it would do is build up the organic matter soil, and also help to boost the soil moisture reserves, so that later plantings after the pigeon peas, which would last about 2 or 3 years, would be much healthier, and it will be much easier to implement. It will be much easier to plant new crops such as maize, because the organic matter wouldn't be so low in the soil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq. Nandi, do you want to share? Same question.
Yes, definitely. So I love the fact that you know, emphasize the need to use readily available resources, you know, which is what sustainable agriculture is about. You know, it's farming in unison with nature and not using any foreign additives or inputs, you know, to try and amend the soil. So I love the fact that you used that example of animal manure. So we are actually also finding that on the ground, that you do have farmers that have a mixed production where, you know, they're doing livestock and doing crops as well, but they're not really utilizing the resource that they're getting from their animals. Or you find that those that are using it, for instance, if you've got chicken farmers, they will take the actual chicken manure directly from the chicken coops and add it to the soil. But obviously when you do that, because it's very hot, then, you know, it starts to destroy the living organisms in the soil that you need, you know, that add to what Tariq was talking about, to that organic matter in the soil. So one of the key things that, you know, I'm really passionate about is teaching farmers to use what they readily have available for them. So, you know, Tariq spoke about crop diversity. So, you know, you can't really rely on monocropping. We've seen that, on monoculture rather. We've seen what it's done to our African soils, and that's just really relying on one crop and growing one crop, like we'll see on a large scale, only maize, where in fact you can actually intercrop it with some beans, you know, or legumes that can add nitrogen to your soil. You know, you can also intercrop with some sunflowers that can actually bring in those pollinators that we're starting to see die off. So these are very simple but very innovative and very effective tools that farmers can use. You know, Tariq touched a bit about cover crops, which is essentially, you know, adding a crop within what you're already growing to cover your ground, so that it helps you to minimize, you know, using water. So it helps you maintain your water levels, it helps you retain water rather in the soil, as opposed to you having to continuously having to water. And again, we did touch on earlier about, you know, water scarcity that we experience across the African continent. So using those strategies that are really not foreign to African farmers is very key. Secondly, you know, we do need to focus on precision farming. There are technologies, there are innovations that are out there that are very easy to use, that can give, you know, that precision and that efficiency that farmers need. So you know when and how to water, you know, you can predict the challenges and the diseases that you can have before they become an issue for you. But again, when you're farming in unison with nature, then you're able to, you know, plant things that can actually help you mitigate that. You know, there was an outbreak of aphids. Any farmer who's planted any brassicas, you know, things that are within the spinach family or cauliflower and things like that, will know aphids. So, there's simple things that you can do to be able to deal with that. For instance, you can intercrop with something that's very simple like marigold to, attract those predators, which are ladybugs that will obviously feast on the aphids. That's a simple way and simple innovation that has been implemented by African farmers. So we need to start, reincorporating that. And before I got cut off, Ajelo was speaking about the importance of going back to our indigenous seeds, which, because of obviously colonialism and, a lot of exploitation, especially on Africa, we've seen us move away from some of the use of our indigenous seeds. But that's something that I'm very passionate about. And that's what I focus on my business, where I do grow indigenous food crops. And there is a market for that. And sometimes it's very difficult to grow something that people don't know, which is why you have to go back and do a proper market analysis. And if you're looking to expand your production line or introduce something that's new, you need to test the market and find, actually, is there a need for what I'm growing? But, going back to our indigenous seeds can really help and mitigate some of the, if you will, lack of innovation that we're seeing. But apart from the take, there's really simple, easy to use methods that people can just start implementing where they are with what they have.
Thank you so much, Nadi. Hello, Madam President. Are you live with us? Let us know if you still have more questions for us, please.
Yes, I do. I'm just trying to move around, getting other people to join the conversation while they're here. Thank you so much, Nandi, for your contribution. Ajalo, do you want to summarize what you have picked from different people that you're taking back to Senegal and Banjul? Because again, like I said, this is an engagement. So
Right.
different people, yeah. Do you want to just summarize the things that you have picked and you're taking back to Senegal?
I think for me, the most motivating thing right now is that I'm speaking with people, listening to people that have very real solutions that can be implemented right away. I mean, Nandi is a wealth of real information and knowledge, and the same thing with Tariq. So I think just knowing that there's a wealth of real resource that we can connect to make something happen right now, for me, that's number one. But really understanding that, at the end of the day, we all have sustainability in mind. We all have dealing with climate situations in mind, because every solution seems to come up with link that as a foundation. So we're all thinking on the same wavelength, and that's really key, because when we talk about a solution in Africa, we all have to be on the same page. So one, I'm already happy about that. I think Tale had to leave, but really also saying something that we don't hear often, which is that the financial resources do exist. Perhaps they're there. It's there. But what do we do to make sure we're connecting with the resources, with the people that have the finances and want to do the financing all at the same time? So again, this idea that monoculture happened, yes. The big companies that made their money on monoculture, even they are saying, look, guys, we want to go back to the drawing board and see what else is there. We want to save more plant species. We want to discover and look at new plant species. And guess what? We already have that in Africa. So for Nandi to say that, look, that's her passion, that's what makes sense. It also makes business sense. Because as I mentioned earlier, there is a world market and a global market for that, because people are trying other foods. They're opening up their palates. They're saying that, you know what, we want to try something other than what we've been trying when it comes to a market in vegetarianism. If you look abroad or in Europe, it's a huge market. I mean, but at the end of the day, also looking at us and saying that we have to change our mentality in how we consume. Because there's a mentality that, if you didn't eat rice, you didn't eat. That's really true. No, but it's like, oh, you didn't, if you go to a function and it's a serious function and there isn't a benachin or jollof rice or what we call chebujen, oh, it wasn't. So again, changing our mentality of consumption. This is what each and every one of us can do, even if they're not part of the agriculture on this platform. But as a person who consumes and you have the power of your money to say, guess what? You know what? For my own health, Because I think that when we look at monoculture and consumption, a lot of these other plant species have so many vitamins. I mean, we know that they're beyond readily fortified. They don't
Yes.
need to be fortified artificially. So to say, look, this makes sense, and then how to speak with the consumers to say this is a good idea, and how to market with them and say this is a wonderful thing to consume, and making sure that Nandi, we're getting that to the supermarkets and saying, can you add this to your list of what's available to the consumers, and why it makes sense for the supermarket to do that. So I think overall, looking at that, there's tons of resources. How do we connect farmers to these resources? What's the motivation? How to get them vested? Again, dealing with when it comes to having data and information. Is there a reference for the farmers? Where are they having records? And terminology. Nandi, you're right. It's so important. I found many times that we're all speaking about the same thing, but no one's speaking to the farmer in a way that they would understand. And when I say the way they would understand, I'm not talking about English or French or any other languages. What makes sense? Telling me that if I do this, my outcome, there is a betterment in my life. There's an increase in my quality of life and quality of life of my family. I need to have that be tangible and just be simplified. And the same thing with Tariq talking about, hydrogen geology, to saying that who's doing the undertaking of that? Yes, we can do it, but making sure the political will to say that if anyone's doing it, we're doing it with the understanding that it should be more environmentally friendly. We should keep other
Yes.
things. Well, the government saying, okay, fine, we can't do all of it. We're having a mixture of a PPP to do it, but the government can say, guess what, guys? We need that while you're doing this, there needs to be a checkup. We'll make sure that every 6 months we make sure to check that the water quality is fine. We make sure, or that. So these are the kinds of factors that I see altogether. But I think the most important thing is the comparative advantage, as Nandi's talking about, in looking at our indigenous species. That's a huge market for us, and we don't have to fight. It's already ours. The other thing is making sure that water is everything, and having good quality water is the secret. People ask me, why do my vegetables, why do our produce that grow here look so good? I'm like, it's the quality of water. Simple. I don't even keep it a secret. That's the quality of water. Making sure that we invested first and well in a really good borehole, making sure that, the kind of water we have available at our farms is the same as you would have in a spring water. Meaning that when people come to the farm and drink the water, they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is so good! You should be selling water." I said, "No, well, I'm selling vegetables, but you're welcome to drink as much as you want." But this is the point. So I think again, and financing. I think having people that are going into agriculture like Kale, that really have a comprehension about the other side of commercial banks and saying, "Guess what, guys? Maybe this isn't the door we should be knocking at. Maybe that's the problem because we keep knocking at this door. They don't get it. Let's move on to the next door, which is impact financing. You have other companies and families, people that they want to make a difference in this world. They would like to leave a legacy, and so I think really overall to understand that all the parts are here, all the pieces are here, the knowledge, the resources, the know-how, and just how to make sure that when this conversation, when we are finished with this conference, as a close, it doesn't stop there. And I think that's really that there's got to be a follow through and a take back. And Madam President, you challenged me with meeting with other 10 farmers and doing the same thing I did. Yeah, that's a replication. We continue to replicate, and Nandi replicates where she
Yes.
is. We can replicate
Yes.
in Nandi, you're not limited to your area. Vice versa,
Yes.
your knowledge is not limited to your area. It's literally
Yes.
that's how we get things going. So
Yes.
this is my
Thank you. Thank
summary.
you so much, Ajalo. Thank you so much. There was something you said I just want to quickly reiterate. Languaging.
Yes.
It's not enough to speak English or whatever local dialect. Is to show the farmers how this moves the needle further as far as their goals are concerned.
Right.
I watched a video on the internet a few days ago, and it was an app that was launched. I can't remember the name of the app now, in northern Nigeria.
Mhm.
And the founders of the app were doing feedbacks, like testimonials from all the farmers that they have used within the north, south, northeast, and then north central region. And because you could tell by the different names of the states that there were different regions within a particular cluster. And every time the farmer spoke, just in a way to share his testimony. He was speaking his local dialect, but he
Yes.
was speaking. They were all speaking specific to their yields before and after. They were
Right.
speaking specific to their pest control before and after. They were speaking specifically to availability of water and after. They were speaking specifically to access to market before and after. So you could tell clearly that whoever sold that application to those farmers spoke the language of the farmers. It made adoption very easy for the farmers and onward implementation. So as agri entrepreneurs, it's important that yes, these solutions exist, but it must be languaged correctly.
Yes.
Just like Ajalo said earlier, she said farmers are like everybody, they want the same thing, a better life.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
A better life.
That's
A
it.
better life means different things to different people. And so I just wanted to reiterate that whatever solutions we're creating, whether it's in form of education, whether it's in form of platforms, whether it's in form of interventions, whether it's in form of even technical trainings, it's important to language it correctly. If you come high up when we're in stakeholder engagement like this, is great. But once we come all the way down, because without their implementation, we can't move further. It will just be continuous conversation in rooms. But to move further, we must language it in a way that they understand and then they're able to participate. I'm just going to throw one more question and then I'll take this round, starting with Nandi. The theme for this year's conference is Operation Feed Africa, Operation Feed the World, which is the future of agriculture. Nandi, if you were to speak about this in 3 to 5 steps, how can Africa truly feed itself abundantly and feed the world conveniently? I'll take that again. How can Africa truly feed itself abundantly? And by abundantly, I don't want you to exclude the fact that with the amount of resource and personnel we have in Africa, they say a heightened level of malnutrition in our continent. That's why I'm speaking to how can we truly abundantly feed Africa and conveniently feed the world. Nandi will go first, Tariq will go second, then Ajalo will go third. Nandi, can you hear us? Okay, Tariq, do you want to go? Tariq, please take yours while we wait for Nandi to come back.
Sure. So for Africa to feed the world, it must first learn to feed itself. You know, there's so much possibility in Africa when it comes to agriculture. Most of the farmers, though, are smallholder farmers and they're not very advanced in their methods. So one of the things that I've noticed, especially during my experiences in Zimbabwe, is that many Zimbabweans were employed on commercial farms and industries. So they were learning commercial farming and they were getting paid. And then they were able to take those skills that they learned on commercial farms and apply it on their own farms. So when they do have a good agricultural season, a good rain season, agriculture is very good because they know how to farm very well. Now in Tanzania, most farmers haven't had that same experience. But what I'm starting to notice is that when I hire people on my farm and they're getting paid and they're also learning, they also take the skills back and implement it on their farm, which not only gives me increased productivity, but also gives them increased productivity. So creating systems where the farmers can learn and they also benefit in a way that they can go back and implement those skills themselves would be something that would allow increased food production, which would in turn make it possible for Africa to feed itself and more so feed the world.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Nandi, you can go ahead.
So I lost connection as you were giving me your parting words as to what it is to wanted me to speak on. So if you just repeat that for me, please. Hi, just can you hear me?
I think Madam President was asking about to just if you could give three lines or three recommendations towards this theme of Africa feeding itself and then feeding the world. I think feeding the world conveniently. So if you had 3 points that you would that would be your the 3 points that you would leave us with.
Yes.
It's impossible to feed the world or feed Africa if you're not self-reliant. If you at the home level aren't able to feed yourself. So, that's one of the things that I'm very passionate about. We need to do more our own food, specifically indigenous food. And once, we've empowered communities to be food sovereign, with not only home, but they can control and manage the food systems, then we'll be able to replicate the reason national our ancestors are doing it, they're achieving it successfully, they know how to study the other countries, but people need to deconstruct it and, do what change. We need to collaborate because I know something that somebody else doesn't know, and something that can definitely benefit me. So, we need to be self-reliant, we need to collaborate, we need to know that we are the solutions to Africa's challenges. No one is coming to save us. So the time is now. We still do have time, to apply what we have, to apply the skills to actually build the Africa that we want. It is very possible, but the time to start is now at the home level. So those are my more than 3 sentences to cut off.
Thank you so much, Nandi. Okay, Madam President, you're back, ma'am.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Nandi. Ajalo, please go ahead.
For me, really, I'm going to say number one, we need to make sure we have scaled up our infrastructure. Make sure we have working, I'm talking about fiber optic connectivity, internet. We're talking about good roads. We're talking about proper storage. We're talking about the logistics at ports are smooth for export. We're talking about solar that's well incorporated when it comes to energy. So infrastructure is really key. Next, we need to scale up our skills. Yes, we have a lot of youths. Yes, we have a population, but are they being trained in skills that make sense for agribusiness? That's really it. If I have a tractor, that's wonderful. But if I don't have someone who can maintenance my tractor, that doesn't make sense. Better yet, I would love to have young people that can say, guess what? I can make the part, or we can build the tractors here. This is just a reality because importation costs are too high. And lastly, it's scaling up our negotiations when it comes to trade. So if we're going to export to the rest of the world or feed the rest of the world, how do we engage with our would-be consumers? Because these are countries that they have subsidies, they have tariffs, they have trade agreements on how much of a certain good that they'll take from each and every African country. So we need to negotiate better, better for ourselves in everything, in our price points. So for me, really, these are the 3 that we just need to scale up. And I think the rest, it will move organically. Really, it just becomes it needs to become something effortless. Once these 3 are in place, everything else just flows. So that's my
Thank you so very much, Ajalo. Thank you so very much, Ajalo. I will soon let you go, but I still have one question, and I was truly looking forward to this particular panel. So before I let you guys go, I just want to pick your minds about this popular notion. In order for you to get the best value from agriculture, you have to process it. I'm talking about food processing. Is this really true? And if yes, how do you think that we are playing in terms of food processing as Africans? And can we really do better? If yes, how?
Well,
So,
for me,
before you answer, Ajalo, before you answer, let me use vegetables as a typical example. Say you produce lettuce, cabbage, those things that are staples in every African home. Well, those who like to eat vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
Would it mean that a person who is involved in processing cabbage in a better way will earn more money than the person who is selling the cabbage or the cucumbers? Do you see what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, and whenever I'm on a platform, why it matters is that although food prices have increased, farm gate prices have not increased. Doesn't make sense. So it's not the farmers getting more money. It's not the farmers charging money, but everybody else in the pipeline. Is it logistics? Because if petrol prices are up, yes, that truck is going to be expensive sending my vegetables. But I think overall, when we talk about processing of food, there can be minimal processing just to make life easier. And it doesn't have to be fancy. One thing we notice is that everybody's busy. It doesn't matter where you are in the world anymore. You are busy. There's traffic. People are going home. What we found is that making just a bundle, yes, it's coming from our farm. When we have to buy farm gate, we get a certain price. When we simply take several vegetables that we know makes a salad, a composition for a salad, put that together and have that available for sale, right at where you have the high traffic points, we made more money because we were selling convenience, right? So here you go, you have something that's convenient and ready to use because people are just generally more busy. I don't have the time or the feeling to say I want to do that. So are we making sure that we're packaging it in a way that is appetizing, it's friendly, it's pre-cleaned, it's easy to use? It's human nature. But I think at the end of the day, convenience is key because you'd rather be doing something else with your time, spending with your family, or just sleeping. So I think when we talk about processing, yes, when we talk about longevity of something, fine. Minimal processing because honestly, we're living in a time where people want to have as many nutrients as possible. If you look at the amount of restaurants selling fresh produce, fresh salads, from smoothies to juicing, that's big now for a reason in the continent. This is not just the idea of some kind of lifestyle abroad, but can we have minimal? But in order for that to happen, you need to have infrastructure to say that there is a process for some of this, which is like having aseptic tanks. Is that available? Or you do need for flash production, which doesn't kill off all the nutrients, but will kill off the bacteria to make sure that even though these smoothies and juices and other things have a fairly okay shelf life. So it's very true, but that's going to be difficult to do. I sound like a broken record without the proper infrastructure. And I'm going to say this, that we had this situation for the Gambia where we wanted to do mango pulp. And we're so close to the UK, right? We're somehow closer to Europe. That should be an advantage for us. But in all earnest, we found that if we were to move the mango pulp from South Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, it would be faster and more efficient for us. Why? So the question is, okay, if it's faster and more efficient from South Africa, is there something we should learn about their technique or the methodology or the process by which they're doing their logistics? What makes more sense? But nevertheless, you need these things in place. But because guess what? People want to be able to have mango juice. We have a lot of mangoes. So why not be able to sell mango to the UK? But you want it minimally processed, right? It's kind of fresh, but it cannot have a long travel time. So this is really again about infrastructure, making the logistics make sense and it works.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nandi, you go after that. After that, Tariq, then we would have Meekness. Meekness, thank you so much for joining us. Please let me know if you can hear us loud and clear. Go ahead, Nandi.
So I love what you said, Achelo. So you know what, people do want convenience. They want accessibility. Unfortunately, society has become, focused on instant gratification. I want what I want, and I want it now, and which is understandable. People are busy. So there is a lot of, post-harvest losses that happen between the process and often the person who is farmer. We're not seeing an income generation. We're not seeing, the impact to the farmer as far as the impact is concerned. If something is hard as possible, incorporating agro processes at the family, we can start to see a shift, in what becomes. And the biggest now would be the biggest, the big concern or consideration rather at this level is, your consumers. Do you know how often they want the produce that you're servicing? How better can you package it? How better can you process it? Do they want to chopped? We start looking at and if we focus on farmer production, then we can look to see a shift in agriculture. Definitely, infrastructure are one of the biggest challenges we face the farm to the shelf, as quick as possible. Those are marketing shops processing and how farmers can start considering agriculture to like minimum cost actually pockets. It's possible, it can be done. I mean, we see it now. I do know there's going to be a panelist that will join for of Indigenous Delight, and she's doing it. She's helping smallholder farmers get their produce, from the farm to them, and then she quickly processes it and spread and things like that. And then she obviously starts as soon as possible. Like I said, there are people that are already doing that successfully that we can learn from.
Thank you very much, Landy. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Tariq, yes, please share with us.
So the marketing infrastructure needs to be developed for agro processing, meaning a lot of people buy raw commodities within the African markets, and they cook those commodities at home to their liking. So in order for the agro processing to make sense, at the end of the day, the market has to be there. One of the strategies that can be undertaken is processing of waste. There's a lot of waste in the market because food wasn't stored properly or wasn't sold quickly enough. But the waste can then be converted into something that's valuable for agriculture. So something that ties back into the system or creating new systems for new processed products.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Thank you very much. What is the commonest challenge you have experienced as an entrepreneur in this sector, Tariq? What is the commonest challenge you have experienced and how have you dealt with it?
Which I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said, what's the commonest challenge? My audio is not so good. I don't know why. I said, what's the commonest challenge you have experienced as an agri entrepreneur and how have you dealt with it?
So the common challenges are people's viewpoint towards new innovation and also viewpoint towards youth. We live in a society where older men have most of the respect. So when you see a youth coming with something new, it's like, people automatically don't trust it. So you have to put in a lot more work and work harder to get close to people and get people to understand so that they can adopt new innovations.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, this is new. Well, not like it's new, but I like that he spoke about it here. Because if we're talking about skilling up our youths to get into this sector, nothing prepares them for what Tariq just mentioned. That resistance because of how young you are and how that those who were there previously, quote and unquote, are much more experienced. So I liked that he said you have to warm up to people to get them to pay attention so they can adopt. I like that he said that. I liked that he specifically said that because he could have said, well, I do my thing and get away with it. It's an ecosystem. You need people. So I like that he said he'll go closer, then get them to, welcome, then adopt. That's the only way we can grow. I love, love, love that. Thank you, Tariq, for sharing that very useful. Ajala, you want to say something? Meekness, can you hear us?
I think what I'm going to say is similar to what Tariq said. Um, for me, everything is mentality. I think the mentality of sometimes people meeting me that I'm committed to this. I am a farmer. It's what I'm about. It's what I love. It's what makes sense to me as a business. I think this is one of the very big pillars for Africa to super leap into what it's supposed to be. And I think sometimes when you're faced with people that are like, we've been there, done that, what do you have to add? It's like, well, these are some of my thoughts and ideas. But I think I understand it because what's happened is that we've never had legacy businesses or corporations in agriculture. We've rarely had legacy companies in Africa, generational wealth and generational companies. So imagine now for agriculture, with by and far the most interesting thing is that I've met people who are now in powerful, influential positions. And you know what? Once you have a conversation with them, they'll open up and say, I used to farm. That guess what? My mother and father farmed, and there were 6, 7, 11 children. They put us all through school. I'm like, look at that. But for some reason, the experience they had of agriculture, of farming, it wasn't kind. They saw their parents, their family members do back-breaking work, and they never quite saw a break. So psychologically and emotionally, you attach agriculture and everything. It's not a very positive. Maybe you can be nostalgic about being again back with the soil, working with the ground. You understand it, you love it. But if you think about in real terms of living your life and providing for yourself, it didn't look good. So now I started to understand why when I'm in the room with these people that are having influence, it's difficult. Start to really talk, and then you take the time and then get them vested. I think then the mentality starts to shift because at the end of the day, then they say, you have a point. So I think for me, this was really the mentality, dealing with the mentality. And that's throughout. That's why I'm saying really my biggest push is always how to change the narrative, not only in agriculture and farmers, but really for Africa. And I think that changing the narrative is not just about how somebody from somewhere else sees us, but how we ourselves in Africa also see Africa. That this is a place that you want to be and want to invest. And it's worthwhile investing. It's worthwhile working here. It's worthwhile committing yourself to this, to Africa. And this is really it. So I think overall for me, mentality has been a big thing, but I also see it becoming more flexible. I see it opening up, and yeah,
Thank you so much, Ajalo. When you said that there aren't legacy businesses to look up to in agriculture in most countries,
yeah.
I completely agree. But I think the word would be legacy successful businesses.
Right, exactly.
Because there are farms that have existed for the last 50 and 100 years. It's passed on from one place to the other, literally. But they attribute their time on the farm to hard work. They really didn't experience what you would call the big break. Maybe it was just a system of survival for them. Send us kids to school, have the basic life. So I think what we should now begin to do is, instead of repeating the same cycle of legacy businesses that can be passed on, it should be now successful legacy businesses.
Right.
And that's why we're having conversations like digitization, mechanization, aggressive food processing. Meekness, can you hear us, please? Meekness, can you hear us? Meekness is supposed to speak to us around food processing. Meekness, can you hear us? Please let me know.
I think she said her audio is bad, so I told her to try to log out
Oh,
and log in again.
oh, okay, fantastic. That's fine. Tariq, if you were to give us, did she just speak?
Yes, that was Bigness. You just said hello. Hi, Bigness. Can you please speak up?
I'm kind of struggling with the audio.
But can
No,
you
we
hear
can hear
I
you.
me?
don't know that.
But we can hear you.
Yes, even though my challenge is you are breaking from your side, I can hardly hear what is being mentioned. Maybe just a few pointers.
Okay, Lady Jade, you may need to take the conversation with her if my own internet is breaking so that she can hear you clearly.
Okay, but
But
I think for my own end, your network is pretty okay. It's actually is good. So I'm thinking it's a place of
oh,
network and all, but it will definitely get better. But I can always echo it if in case she
fantastic.
says she cannot hear you.
So, but Meekness, can you hear me at all? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Fantastic. But we can't see your face. You want to show us your face?
Okay, no problem. I will switch on screen.
Fantastic. While we're waiting for Meekness, Tariq, if you were to give us closing words on the future of agriculture, closing words now, the future of agriculture and what you see yourself contributing in the long run, what will that remark look like? Let me take the question again. If you were to give us a
Well,
closing
the future
remark or
of
a parting,
agriculture is young and it's African.
go ahead. Can you hear him? I can't hear him. It's frozen.
I think it's frozen. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's frozen. So
Okay.
Meekness, can you hear us now? Maybe let's try to see your face. Or you can turn on your video. Okay, I think Tarek, are you back now?
Hello?
Okay, Tarek, you can go on.
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can
please
hear
go
you.
on.
Did you hear me the first
Tarek,
time
please go
or
on.
should I repeat?
No, we didn't hear you at all. You have to
Okay,
start all over again.
I was saying that the future of agriculture is young and it's African. Uh, I'm not just saying that because it's a fancy term, but you look at the land resources, you look at the population, you look at the situation going on with food security around the world right now. The future of agriculture lies in the hands of young Africans like us. We can't depend on someone to come in and save us at this time because it's us who's going to save the world. This is truly my belief. And you see, I'm leading the way with innovation. I want other young Africans to know, we're so creative. Don't be afraid to take your creative idea and develop it and take ownership of it. And I literally mean take ownership of it with patents and intellectual property and bring your idea and your solution to the forefront because it can be that idea that one day saves the world.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Thank you very much for your contribution to this year's African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum. We truly, truly have been seriously educated by your experiences, by your contributions. Thank you. And I'm sure that should we
Thank you.
have the need for further kind of partnership at AGSEF, you would be more than glad to do this with us. Is that a yes?
Thank you.
Fantastic. I love that he said the future of Africa is young. The future of agriculture is young and African. I love that. That was my biggest takeaway from today's conversation. Young and African. Thank you so much, Tariq. God bless you for coming this year. Ajalo, we want the same from you. If you were to speak about the future of agriculture, what would that look like for you? And what role would you be actively playing in it?
Ma'am, can you hear Jalo?
I did not. Okay, it was off. Agriculture is people powered. That's for me the biggest one. Agriculture is people powered, and for me the most essential role I can play is to make
Sorry,
sure.
Jallo. I need.
Oh,
Hello.
I think Madam President's network kicked her out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think her network kicked her, but in as much as I think that she would have loved to hear
Okay.
what you were saying. I
Uh,
guess she's
I'll,
the one coming back on now.
I'll repeat it.
Okay, that would be so kind of you. All right. Okay, so she's back
Okay.
now. So please continue. Thank you.
For me, I think really the one line I can say is that agriculture is people powered. So you got to give the power to the people. That's really it. And the other thing is that if I were to play a role that I think is important, would be to negotiate better for us at the level of trade, at the level of partners, is to just to be in that room and negotiate better because I know what it feels like not to have the right seats. I know what farmers go through really. So negotiating from that perspective, negotiating on long term for better services, better employment. So really negotiating better, making sure those contracts work for us too.
Thank you very much, Ajalu. Just to say this as a parting word, have you ever thought about going into politics, Ajalu?
No, I didn't, but it seems to be coming up. And
I just wanted to say it because
okay,
it's
well,
been I've been
it's,
trying to keep it in, but clearly I can't hold it in anymore.
it
It's to
seems
let
to
you
be
know that
okay.
politics is something you should pay attention to
Well, I hopefully I'll
because
get your support, Madam President. Then.
absolutely, absolutely, my job is to identify
Okay.
um, specific stakeholders within the continent and then rally a troop to build Africa. That's what I represent.
That's
So
fine.
the minute I know that this person represents a very core part of what we want to do as moving Africa forward, I'm
Okay.
100% behind you. So
Very,
yes,
very well.
politics, whether at local level, whether at global level, because your voice is compelling and we need it to make changes.
Yeah. So I think as long as the political will becomes a will that pushes the people forward, pushes the continent forward, um, just a better life, just a better life for each and every single person because it's really hard. I think sometimes we underrate how difficult it is. But I said before, the most amazing thing is every single day I see people do so much more with so little that it's unbelievable. So I think, quite frankly, we need the political will there for agriculture. That's it. That's it.
We will get it done. We will get it done. Believe me. There's an Africa I see, and that Africa is the Africa that knows no bounds. That Africa is the Africa that all of these limitations will fizzle away.
That's
Whoever
right.
is in charge or in the helm of affairs today, they will not be there forever. At most, when they're 100, they'll die. Right? And
Well, we're
I
not,
don't,
we're not yeah,
right? There has to be a crop of young people like you and I who are
yeah,
going to rise up. And that's why
that's right.
conversations like this, where we identify each other and say, okay,
Yes,
I know this person, I know that person. And
yes,
the minute there is a cleanup in the system, political will no longer be a barrier.
I think
So we just need to keep doing what we're doing, raising awareness where we
right.
can. Because it's not
Yeah,
going to be nice for just a few of us, a handful of us, to
no,
have this desire to want to
yes,
make Africa better. It must be a consistent rallying, a consistent awareness with
yes,
our individual platforms. AGSEF represents one of those platforms. I have many other platforms where we do this, but beyond AGSEF, all of us must
yes,
push this agenda of a better Africa. Because
that's
like
right.
you earlier said when you started, Ajalo, you said Europe and the rest of the world, they have no choice than to pay attention to Africa. Europe you necessarily do not have roads they still want to build.
No,
They necessarily do not have, they literally don't have those needs. So the
no,
only place to go to is Africa. But that
that's it.
would mean that Africa must be prepared so that we don't become exploited again and again and again.
Exactly, exactly,
We need voices in the room to
exactly. That is,
renegotiate our place.
that's
Yes.
it. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ajalo, please take this from us at AGSEF. Go and
Okay.
start contesting for a political office, even if it's at your local community level. Get started.
Okay, very well. All right then.
Yes.
All right. Thank
Yes.
you, Madam
So two
President.
assignments. We're giving you two assignments.
Yes,
10
yes.
people get
Uh-huh.
involved in politics, right? I
Okay,
love that.
got it.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Thank
much,
you so much.
Ajalo.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
It's been
you.
so beautiful to meet you today and truly
Really,
have
really
this
nice.
conversation. I
Thank
will
you.
reach you personally. Thank
Okay,
you.
very well. Thank you, Ma. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome, Meekness. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, though it's breaking, but at least I'm able to hear one or few things.
Oh wow. Okay. So what will happen is when I speak, the compare will echo it just in case my voice is not clear enough. Welcome to AGSEF 2023. It is great to have you. I think one of the first questions we want to ask is tell us about you. Tell us your story. Okay, that is fine. Tariq, thank you so very much. God bless you. Thank you for joining us at AGSEF 2023. So Meekness, tell us about you. Tell us about your story. How did you get into agriculture? Just tell us about that. We want to know.
And I think, way back we used to really disregard things that have to do with agriculture because maybe we thought it was for our mothers to do, our fathers to do. But then I saw the rate of unemployment that are happening around, in my country itself. And now I thought if I've got the resources, so I need to study agriculture. So for during my studies, most of my research work had to do with studies in the agriculture farmland. I think from there that's where I really got the interest to say if others can do it, then I can as well do it. So and I think I went for now studies that have to do with food security and sustainable agriculture. And here we are today, actually how I was at the farm. So I think basically that's about my agriculture story. And most of this has to do with these food insecurity issues that we are having now. So the question must be what can we do so that we enhance our production? I think most definitely that's where my key interest is. What are other food sources that we can have in case one goes into extinct? What are other sources that we can bring on board? I think basically that's my story and maybe the focus that I'd want to venture in.
Okay. Thank you so much, Meekness. And I mean, what an amazing story that you have there. Now, moving on quickly, because I know that Madam President has some questions that she would love to engage you in, and just to understand, some nitty gritty about the agricultural space in your locality. Now, can you let us know where exactly that you're connecting with us from?
All right, so today I'm in Gambia, in the capital city, Lusaka.
Okay, fantastic. So, what is the agricultural sphere like in Gambia, especially in your locality, having to get farmers, to be able to get the right funding or infrastructure? What is it like in your country?
Well, I think for the past years, it hasn't been so much good, especially with the fact that I think most of the issues that we are having here is actually funds. People have got really ideas, especially in the farmers that I've had interactions with. They have the ideas, but they don't have the money to implement these ideas that they are having. So I think, but regardless of that, I think as of now, there's been an eye-opening situation, especially where we've had this governmental funding, keying in our funding, and maybe they'll request maybe farmers to be in a cooperative. And with that, we have seen even young generation, the youth coming on board. I think to some extent, with we call it the CDA, which is the Community Development Fund that the government has given, and most of the money is actually going into the agriculture sector. So I would a comment on Zambia would be that I think we are getting there. So that's like the current situation. But the previous years, I think there wasn't so much, especially where money is concerned.
Okay,
I
so I'd
cannot
asked
hear
about the.
you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes,
me
I
now?
can.
Okay, Madam President Ma, so I'd asked about the challenges, that farmers faced in her community, and then she explained as to how, there was a challenge with funding, even though people have these amazing ideas, but then the key challenge for them for the farmers in the community is cases of funding, and then being able to help the people there understand that okay, there's actually a trust fund by the government that has been put together to be able to help these farmers to have access to this funding. So my over to you, sir. I don't know if you have questions
Fantastic.
that you would like to ask
Yeah,
next.
a lot of it. I like that you mentioned that before you joined earlier on the panelist from South Africa, Tale Maseke. She did mention that there are lots of funding for agricultural entrepreneurs. That I think our panel, okay, Lady Jade, please bring on
Yes, ma'am.
the panelist Sunil Dahil.
Okay.
He's from
I
Agra.
don't have. I don't think I have the progress team to do that.
That's fine.
I
I'll
don't
do
think I
that.
can.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Sunil. It is great to see you again.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon. I mean, I remember our panel recording. It was very enlightening. It was very enlightening. And you see, the beautiful part is after our conversation, I met one of the award recipients of AGRA in Nigeria. A very young lady, and she's going to be at our physical event tomorrow so that she'll just share with us her story. So well done on the work you do in Agra, and well done, well done, well done. Thank you for joining us yet again. Meekness, can you hear us, please? Okay, while we're waiting for Meekness to be able to get her network back, Mr. Sunil, please give us an overview of the work you have done so far in Agra. When I say overview, of course, I know it's going to take almost like a week or a year for you to finish talking about everything, but give us an overview with respect to the theme for this year's event, the future of agriculture, Operation Feed Africa, Operation Feed the World. The idea of why I'm asking this question is to be able to connect the dots between the work you have done and continue to do with what we are trying to achieve, just so we can find a connection point and move it from there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible and visible to all.
Yes, you are audible.
So I have been with Agra for last over 4 years, actually, and I've been privileged to witness which actually the initial part of the journey was part of our strategy 2.0, which was focusing on transforming African agriculture, bringing a green revolution by supporting the development of agriculture sector across 11 countries in Africa. So there we have done well in terms of our contribution. Of course, we were not alone. We had a lot of our partners behind us, which is our donors, and a large part of our interventions went into the input markets development, supporting seed systems, supporting uh, the technical assistance in terms of bringing in the best seed, bringing in the best fertilizers, and also know-how at the farmer level. But also there has been a significant work went into the supporting SMEs which has been actively engaged in the agriculture or agribusiness activities across the continent. Largely, they were performing more as a, or they has been performing more as a agribusiness or agricultural food processors that we have been working largely with. Some of them are smaller in the scale, some are medium in the scale, some even are actually large off takers, people who are actually also running processing facilities, companies like Nestle, for example, here in Ghana, in West Africa. I've been working with them as well. Those are multinational organizations which are actually have invested heavily in the final food product that can be consumed, within Africa. Largely, I think in the last interview I mentioned, largely the major import that we are seeing in Africa as agra, which has jumped from about $40 billion up to $90 billion just in a span of about 5 6 years, and largely the recent disruptions in the value chains caused by COVID, pandemics, Ebola, uh, and so on, Russia-Ukraine crisis, they have triggered really a lot, and that has to do also with the gap in between what we produce as a raw material and how much of that we actually end up value adding it, and then making it readily available for consumption in the domestic market. So Agra has been working in that area. I have been heavily focused within Agra on development of food trade markets, which in the context of regional markets and as well as the continental markets. So we're working very closely with our own approach and strategy, which we believe strongly that Africa can feed itself, but also can feed the world. In terms of, in a light of these disruptions and rapidly growing population, very young population, we have a lot of African to feed, and we have fertile lands that really, require to produce high yield food materials that can be further connected into the or supplied into the value addition markets, a value addition industry, and then it is further ready for consumption. So that is where our work has been. Now we are just embarking this year as an organization into our new journey. We have actually rethought about our next 5 year strategy, which has to do with the development of food systems of Africa. So our approach is actually very much aligned with the SDGs, largely in terms of food securities. So we are going to respond to some of those major critical SDGs in our new strategy. So the work has been going to be focused on not just producing more at the farm gate, but also making it readily available to the consumer as well. And that's our food system approach, where we just don't continue to heavy lift one segment of the value chain of agriculture, which probably we have done in the past, which was also needed, which was a need of the time to work heavily on the seed systems and the input. We normally use the word input level, but we want to also do work on the more work on the output markets going forward by using a food system development approach. I'll stop here. Take any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's a lot of. I wanted to ask, do you do anything specifically with the local farmers? Because I hear you mentioned a lot of the multinationals, a lot of those guys who are in the food processing area of agriculture. But do you do things with local farmers within the context of the continent? And that's because I believe that there's a lot that can be done if we have a network, right? A network of access to these local farmers that truly also want to participate in food processing but do not know they don't have the technical know-how, they don't have access to funding, access to these resources. I believe we can achieve more by clustering them. So tell me, do you do anything with these local farmers in terms of the kind of work you do with the multinationals?
Yes, we haven't done anything without farmers, or so far, even since our inception. Whatever the work we have done in our first two strategies, or let's say a first decade of our work, has been actually for the farmer, with the farmer, largely. That is what I was trying to highlight. That we have actually done a lot of heavy lifting there. In terms of over about 10 million farmers, we have reached out with our services, with our support and assistance. Um, in terms of providing them with the best services, in terms of best materials, and also the areas where they are weak in terms of access to finance. So we have our in-house facilities that actually provide support to those uh, farmer communities. Now, uh, yes, we have also invested heavily in the delivery model, which is we call it a VBA model, which is a village-based advisor model. So in that initial work, we also identified some dynamic, some effective, and sound-minded lead farmers, we call them. So those are the one which formed our network pool of over 14,000 VBAs that we have, which are affiliated with Agra. They have received multiple capacity building trainings uh, in those years, and we still utilize their capacities, utilize them also as our delivery model when it comes to anything we want to communicate, anything we want to deliver to benefit farmers. Uh, that VBA is a vehicle actually to that we use. And it is not a forgotten model in our new strategy. We continue to build upon it uh, while we are embarking in also our digitization interventions. We have planned to do a lot of digital ag interventions going forward, and that is the VBA will be the tool that we are going to use uh, while delivering this kind of digital, agricultural development work that we want to do. So that is what I can say. Yes, I did talked about because I'm a market person, so it is in my DNA. I have to put the markets forward, but that doesn't mean I have put a farmer backward. Uh, there are no markets without this, supplies from the farmer. So definitely, Agra is all about smallholder farmers. If I should say very specifically, we work heavily. Uh, Everything that we do is to benefit that small scale farmer that you find often in the rural Africa, and that is the ultimate beneficiary of our work, of our services that we look for. But of course, the idea is to also uh, going forward to embed in our strategy this new approach of being more demand driven, so that our farmer communicate to the consumer able to communicate to the farmer, because that is what has been a challenge in the past, where most of the value chains, you pick any of them, rice, other type of food crops, there has been a disconnect in between what consumer is looking for and what farmer is producing. So we try to eliminate that gap through our sectorial coordination work that we intend to do in our new strategy going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. What strategies have you adopted in the past to reduce food wastage or spoilage before processing? What strategies have you implemented in any of your projects that you think African entrepreneurs and governments can, implement?
I think before coming up with the strategies, what we have done as Agra is we acknowledge that food loss exists in agriculture, because until you don't acknowledge the problem, it is difficult to come up with the right kind of strategies to address those issues. So we did acknowledge that we are seen in Africa producing a significant quantity of food, but unfortunately, due to the lack of infrastructural uh, conditions, we end up losing a significant quantity, a significant commercial value, significant commercial quality of the product. Losses are in a multifolds. It's not about actually the the weight lost of the product, but it is also in the quality terms. It's also in the commercial value. So we did acknowledge that in terms of our strategies has been to work closely with the, or I would say bringing closely our off takers companies which are operating as SMEs, as medium enterprises, but also as a large scale enterprises, so that they, first of all, they also uh, participate in this work of how to minimize those losses. uh, I think one has to do with the raising the awareness at the farm gate level, because losses are spread across the different segment of the value chain, different stages as the product move from one stage to another. Uh, so we have heavily worked in terms of provide through our VBA delivery model to provide capacity building at the farm gate level, so the farmers actually minimize their losses at the farm gate level. Um, that is one thing, but as well as we try to bring closer those SMEs who are buying through agents, through intermediary traders, to bring them closer, particularly those companies, we call them aggregators, companies which are actually aggregating the volume from by working with the multiple small scale farmers or farmer organizations, cooperatives. So the work has gone also to strengthen those aggregators. Uh, First, making them aware that that loss is not a loss of farmer. That is also a loss of aggregator. It's a value that whole value chain is losing, and it it if we could put some efforts to minimize or reduce or even eliminate those losses, it will be a big saving. It will be a big profit share to be shared among the value chain actors. So there has been a lot of work also with the aggregators levels, where they are actually provided with the capacity building, but also through our development financing, help them assisting in building a modern warehousing facilities, and also providing them equipments that will help to measure the loss, but also to 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 minimize that loss by using those equipments. So that kind of support we have provided in the recent past, but idea is to also continue with that, because it is an ongoing work. It is not something that we have done it once and and that's all. It is something that a day-to-day, a routine work that is required. But of course, as Agra, our intention is to capacitate our stakeholders in agriculture, the key actors, either they are farmers, farmer organizations, aggregators, off takers, so that they learn to work with each other, and as well as do their part of minimizing those food waste. That is what I can say in terms of what Agra has been doing in this particular area.
All right, thank you so much, sir. I believe that you're back on the call. I guess your network um, is loading up. What about now? Okay. Oh, okay. Meekness, I'm seeing your message now. Definitely, once Madam President is asking that question, I'll do well to just tap in the chat section so that we can be able to maximize our time, and so that we can have much more effective communication. Okay, I don't know if you
Yes,
heard what
I can hear.
I don't.
I
Okay,
heard, but I'm sure the network threw him out.
yes,
Meekness,
definitely.
can Meekness hear us?
Yes, she can, but I'll just do what to type because I think her network is quite shaky.
Okay,
But I'll just type
okay,
in the chat
okay,
section as you ask.
okay. So what I think we should ask her is, okay, that's fine. What are the practical ways that she has improved her yield as an agricultural entrepreneur from your own region? Share with us practical ways you have improved your yield as an entrepreneur in that region. Meekness. Mr. Sunil's network, what happened?
I think his network threw him off.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Okay, so I'm trying not to use my video so that
That's
maybe
fine.
my network
That's
will be
fine.
a little bit stable.
That's fine. Go ahead, please.
All right. So some of the things that I've done to increase my yield, especially, let me talk about the farm. Basically, is using these upcoming technologies such as irrigation systems that we are trying to put in place so that in case of these climatic changes, we are able to still have some water that we are able to use. So I think that's one of the methods that we've used. And then the other thing also here, we're trying to promote the use of biopesticides using already these biological organisms that we do have in case in a best case scenario where there are no much funds that maybe a farmer or maybe even me as an individual I could use.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much. The other question I wanted to ask is what sort of policies do you think mitigates the ability of agri entrepreneurs to export their products and services? What kind of policies do you think we should look out for that has the potential to stop African entrepreneurs from exporting their products?
I think maybe it should be also even the, like you have said, for example, on the exporting part, because most of the time there are a lot of channels that maybe an entrepreneur has to go through before actually they can have their products either exported or maybe rather imported. So I think we should look out for policies that could actually maybe shorten the process that an entrepreneur could go through. Why I'm saying that is because you understand that, for example, some of the farmers, they are not even really so much educated. And you find that somehow to some extent subjecting them to so much of these long processes in the wrong line, they just end up giving up. And I literally feel like because of these processes that are just too long, that's how we end up even having it, for example, preserved or maybe stored. That's why we end up even having all these issues in the post-harvest.
Okay, her network has thrown her out. Mr. Sunil, can you hear us?
Yes, excuse me. There was something strange happened. I lost while I was, I think, still speaking. But I hope
Yes,
I'm audible to you all.
yes, you're audible now. The other time you just went off. We didn't know what happened, but you're audible now.
Yes, I
You
didn't
can
knew what was the issue, but maybe the internet was the issue. But I'm here now. Mhm.
yes, please go ahead. You were speaking before you went off.
Yeah, so I was just concluding on the question you asked, that what we have been doing and what are our plans on the impacting on the food waste. So that is what I concluded, that large part of our work has gone at the farm gate level, because we believe there has been a lot of harvest level food losses in terms of and then also in terms of weight of the product, but as well as the issue of quality. So we try to address that by deploying our VBAs at the farm gate level to the farmers. They engage with those farmers to actually capacitate them and minimize those losses to a point that farmers actually make saving out of their total produce in that particular season. There has been work also on the aggregation level, because once that product is produced, it goes to the aggregators who aggregate and then put in a significant volume size that will go to the further distribution and value addition and further local consumption. So there has been work on that level as well, in terms of again in a form of capacity building, because after the product is harvested, there are losses also, we believe, at the aggregation level. So we have invested also significant resources and time in capacitating those aggregators with the know-how, technical know-how, how to fix those waste losses, food waste losses, but also providing them with equipments, tools, and to some extent we have our development finance or development funding available, which support sincere businesses to actually invest into their physical uh, infrastructure, the warehousing facilities and all. Uh,
Thank
we
you very
continue
much.
we continue to work in this area because, as I was trying to say when I cut off, it is not something one-time fix. It is something you
Yes,
fix it once, but it still comes up again,
yes, yes.
particularly in this environment. So it is an ongoing area of our work at Agra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. Also, I wanted to find out what sorts of systems or processes should a person who is planning on exporting their processed item out of this country, what should they put in place to be able to qualify for that?
I don't know if you meant some specific country because each country from Africa
So
has its own.
let's pick three different countries that you have probably worked with. Just compare what the specifications will be like for these three different countries.
Yeah, I can take example of Ghana, for example. You want to export a goods from out of Ghana. Uh, if you want to export for international markets, non-African countries, of course, there is a certain licensing that is required. Your company has to be export registered, which has export license to export the particular product. And certainly, there are products which have faced some export bans. So definitely, they are which a company has to be mindful about. But largely, a lot of the measures, a lot of the requirements, they actually dictated by the export destination. So if you are exporting into American markets, there is a Food Safety Modernization Act (FSMA) uh, that is regulated by AFI, which is industry body. So you require to have a minimum food certification, food quality and food safety certification in place, which has to do with the HACCP, BRC certificates that are actually going uh, to demonstrate that your product is safe to enter into the American markets and it's safer for consumption for American consumer. So largely the importing nations also dictate in terms of what are the requirement. Of course, there are technical requirements also specific to a product. If you are, for example, exporting cashew nuts from Ghana, there are 26 international grades. Your product has to come with a proper label so that it explains a buyer uh, or a distributor um,
Mm.
that this particular product name of this product or grade of this product is this, and that also determines the value of the product. Again, the moisture content, which is another major requirement in food items, they have a pre-established, pre-agreed, and even mentioned in the commercial contracts of trade that we will not take beyond 3% or 4% of moisture content in the product, because moisture is excess moisture is a mother of a problem for any food commodities at any level. So that is something also comes as one of the requirement or norm. Now, trading among the, let's say here in West Africa, in the ECOWAS region, ECOWAS state members countries, they have their own ECOWAS focused a criteria that determines if there are some tariffs applicable in terms of tax, in terms of any duties, uh, or there are none because it is actually uh, certified that this particular product is coming from Ghana, it is not coming from China or elsewhere. So that product can has a buyer in Niger, for example, and that is basically falls under the the ECOWAS trade promotion, interstate trade promotion scheme, largely known as ETLS scheme, which is ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme. So there are some consideration and exemptions for that kind of interstate trade activities. Of course, it is not entirely a free trade. You have to have obtained some basic certificates, a legal certificate, which is certificate of origin, for example, certificate, phytosanitary certificate. Those are the technical documents you need to obtain before you actually decide to move your goods from one country to another in this region. I'll stop here to
Thank
take
you.
any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. Um, Mufo is here. Mufo from South Africa is here. Mufo, can you hear us? Mufo Mugodere, can you hear us?
Hi everyone, I can hear you. Am I audible? Can you guys hear me?
Very audible. You are very audible. Thank you so much for joining us today. Mr. Sunil has just given us some of the criterias with variation to different countries that anyone who wants to export processed food needs to pay attention to. And I like that. Okay, I like that. That's fine, Jade. I like that he gave examples stating how water is not very beneficial to a lot of processing if you want to export those products. Just reading your profile, Mrs. I hope I got your name right. Umfo Mogodre. Do you want to pronounce it for me?
It's Mpo. It means gift in Sepedi and Setswana.
Oh, wow.
And my surname is Mohodiri. So it's a bit long. Yes.
I like
So the
that
name is
even better,
Mpo.
Mokodere. That's like I like it.
Yes.
Okay, Umpo. Thank you very much. You're an expert in marula nuts and all those wild lemons and all those wild fruits. Tell us about the potential, not just in South Africa, but the potential of these products, in other parts of Africa and how. Okay, let me start with this before I move to the B part of that question. Did you hear me?
Sorry?
Did you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you repeat
Okay,
that,
let me take the question again. Can I take the question again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
I said yes. I said please tell us just a little bit about what you do with the wild fruits, wild lemons, mushrooms. Tell us a little bit about what you do with these particular products within South Africa.
All right. Thank you for that question. And thank you for having me. So the company that I work for, it's called Indigenous Delights. The whole aim of Indigenous Delight is to preserve indigenous fruits. So we make food products out of indigenous fruits and vegetables. So with the focus at the moment on the marulan fruit and nut, wild melon, and also our grains that we work, for instance, like your pearl millet. So with Indigenous Delight, the idea is to actually preserve and at the same time share the knowledge that it comes with it. And also because we are based in the rural areas of Limpopo in a village called Hakolop and Muleji. So we work with the community. They help with the harvesting and the collecting of the marula and the planting of the wild melons and the harvesting. So we buy from them. And also this is a way of them earning an income and also a way of them, giving them an opportunity to thrive in their lives. So basically that's what Indigenous Delights do. So what we have done is that we preserve the food, and after we preserve them, we put them in bottles that we get to sell. But also is that we don't want, to the food to just end at a delicate, taste. But also we wanted to, we've added just a little summary of what the produce is and where do we find it. A little bit of the fun fact that even when you are sitting at a table and you see our bottle on the table, you are able to start a conversation with that similar fruit. You are able to take a photo and you go on Google to see what the fruit looks like. So basically, it's just a series of conversation starters on the indigenous foods. So that's what Indigenous Delight does. We're bringing Africa to your palate.
Fantastic. Are you guys the ones who produce amarula? You know that amarula drink?
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, we do not produce. We do not produce the amarula drink. Though in the village, what happens is when it's marula season, from December to April. So normally in February, they collect, the ladies in the village, they collect and they make the traditional beer made out of the marula. So we call it murula or muhupe in Sepedi. So that's what the beer. So that beer is then first taken to the chief in the village. Then from the village, then everybody can have it. It's not sold, it's just given for free.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So okay. So whoever the founders of Amarula are, they decided to make it top notch and make it exportable globally. Interesting.
Yes,
Okay.
they
So
have
tell us
managed
about
that.
the challenges you have faced with interacting with local commodities. I mean local farmers that helps you get these commodities. Tell us the challenges you have faced with interacting with them in terms of their produce and everything in between.
The challenge that I faced was that when they in each home, when somebody from the outside comes into the village, it becomes sort of a problem, because then people are not sure what's happening, because this is an outsider that is coming to exploit them. That's what goes on to their mind. One of the challenges that I encountered was uh, the fact that they had trust issues, so they were not opening up. So I had to reassure them, to make them see the bigger picture, to say, okay, fine, I'm coming in, I'm going to buy. You guys are getting 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what you're getting out. You are not just giving me your resources or your produce. I'm actually buying it. So I had to develop that. So trust was a very big challenge for me to earn their trust. I had to go through some tests to actually, um, to win that. Another challenge was that, um, because now we are in the rural areas, I had to find ways on how do I get my product to the cities? How do I get products to my clients that want them, that do not live in the village? I had to build relationships with the couriers, so the courier company, so that my clients are able to receive the product. Another thing that it was a challenge for me was, having to go to the chief and explaining the benefit sharing, because that was something new. Because when you get to a village and you're using their resource, you're supposed to do benefit sharing, and that was something that they were not used to. So both of us, with the villagers, it was something new for us. So we had to take it one day at a time and see, because you meet stumbling blocks. We had to come up with solutions that work better for us, and also learning along the way. So that was the challenge that we've that I've encountered. And sometimes the issue of not having proper network for the communication, it was also a bit of a challenge, because now you cannot communicate. You can send emails, but the person on the other side might be waiting for your emails, but they could not go through. So those are the challenges when that I encountered working remotely, because these villages are deep down, in the deep down villages, where network is also a bit of a problem.
Thank you very much. I know that network infrastructure is one of the biggest challenges we still continue to face in Africa. And one of our panelists
Mm,
earlier on has she did suggest that one of the things African entrepreneurs or African governments should start paying attention to is laying fiber optic cables all across the
mm,
continent. And she said if
true.
governments can be, dedicated and responsible to take a certain number of meters per week, per month, and just lay these cables, because there are some problems that some countries will never have. Africa can become those countries. It's a different thing if we don't know the problem. We know the problem, we know how to fix it. We just need more people who are not just passionate about ourselves, but passionate about growth in the continent. So, yes, I'm just saying this to corroborate when you talk about network issues
Mm, true.
and what we can conveniently do about it. So, before I come back to you, Umpo, Meekness, do you want to share with us a couple things that you think Africans can do if we truly want to feed ourselves and feed the world?
Is that for me?
Yes, Meekness, that's for you. Okay, I think Meekness is having challenge. Let me ask
Okay, can you
Mr.
hear me?
Okay,
Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you now.
Okay. All right. So I think one of the key things that I think Africa must do is to actually invest in the youth. I think that's one of the components that we could do so as for us to immerse ourselves in the agricultural sector. Because I think the young ones are the ones that still have the energy, at least for now. And I think Africa also should endeavor in looking into using some of these advanced technologies that maybe our friends that are using in these developed countries, like maybe Europe. We could also start thinking about investing in those easier to do technologies, like maybe using robots and all these kind of advanced technologies. I think that could make our Africa better and as a goal for Africa to be paradise. I think maybe with those kind of technologies, we should be able to maybe achieve that kind of Africa that we want.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Meekness. Umpo, I also wanted to ask, have you ever considered taking some of the things you do right now to other communities within South Africa? And then have you thought about going outside of South Africa?
Um, Thank you for that. I've actually thought about it, and is a plan to do that, to go each province in South Africa and get their wild indigenous foods within the provinces, because each province has that. There are some of the provinces that are similar, where you find the Morula fruit is similar. You find the Morula fruit in Limpopo. You also find the Morula fruit in the Northwest Province and Mpumalanga. But there are some of the certain fruits that you do not actually find in one province. So so the plan is to actually be able to go in each province and explore what we have, because we have a lot of these wild fruits and indigenous fruits that we have. Um, I've actually thought of going to them and exploring their Rapogo millet, which is a big thing also. I've also, thought of going to, I plan to also go to Ghana and also to go to you guys in Nigeria to see, because you guys have such a rich culture, especially at showcasing your indigenous food. So you guys are like way ahead of us. So we are simply playing catch up to you guys. But I'd love to explore that, Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda, Botswana, because Botswana we more like have the similar. Those are the countries that I'd like to see what they would have to offer. and also taking our products to them also. So yeah, it's actually that, it gets me excited actually, because I think Africa, we have so much to offer. And I think it's about time that we create our own table that we can sit at, and not always ask for a place on the table, but to basically create our own and be able to enjoy, our own foods. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And whenever you want to come to Nigeria, all you need to do is send me a message and I will be kind enough to introduce you to as many people you need to meet. And that's the same for Mr. Sunil. You have a project you want to do in Nigeria, AGSEF will be more than willing to partner and help you achieve. Same thing with Meekness and all our stakeholders who have joined this. Mr. Sunil, I want to ask this. The theme of this year's conference is the future of agriculture, Operation Feed Africa, Operation Feed the World. Could you outline 5 steps you think agri-entrepreneurs and African governments, so 2 different categories of persons, we want to feed Africa, we want to feed the world. In order to do that, we need the private and the public stakeholders, right? Give us 5 steps that you think the private sector can take and the public sector can take to help us achieve this critical goal. And I believe that one of the reasons why I say this goal, earlier on when I gave my opening speech, I talked about how that 60% of unused arable land still exists in Africa. And we still have one of the highest unemployment rates within the continent. So if we have people who, for lack of a better word, are disposed to learn and they have the resources to learn, it means that we have the capacity to abundantly feed Africa and feed the world. But there are several things, bottlenecks, preventing us from doing that. You have been with AGRA for some time, and AGRA represents one of those pioneer organizations in Africa transforming the agricultural landscape. And that's why, if you could give us outlined 5 steps the private stakeholders, the public stakeholders must take to help us achieve this goal.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very important question you're asking me. So, feeding Africa and feeding the world, actually, it is something that uh, you know responsible is a shared responsibility among the private sector, development partners, and as well as the national governments. So the outline of the steps I would suggest is one. I think the the consumer. I'll start with the consumer that has to believe in something I found as a very interesting motto that a small country called Gambia here in West Africa have been using it. The slogan of the country is actually, when it comes to food, it is very clear. We eat what we produce what we eat. So this is something can really be adapted by entire region and even entire Africa. And uh, and it is becoming quite a requirement going forward. If you're looking for affordable food that is safe, you must have to be in condition to produce, process locally. You can't achieve this cost effectively and also being affordable in terms of affordability uh, on the imported food. It is very difficult practically. So anybody who is performing as a close, I would say a close actor to the consumers, which are largely known as distributors, off takers, those big multinational or even national processors who are actually supplying their final goods ready for consumption in the domestic market. They have to believe in their supply chain. Of course, the issue at hand is not the easy one, uh, but I believe easy way out are actually going to make your journey of development very short and not a very long lasting development. And we are looking in Africa a sustainable development when it comes to food, when it comes to agriculture. So therefore, first step I would like to say is that those entrepreneurs who are sitting as food distributors, they should not look just for an easy way out, which is calling someone in China or Vietnam and bring me containers of rice, or that is an easy way out. But it is damaging heavily our economies here. We are struggling with the foreign exchange reserves. So it is something that they have to believe that we should consider going with the probably a little difficult route, which is learning to work with the local SMEs, local aggregators, local farmer organizations, and add value to what is available local. Because I think COVID disruptions like COVID and Russia Ukraine has given us a big lesson. And I'm speaking not only for African countries, but this lesson has been learned by countries like India, from where I'm coming. We can't heavily rely. Yes, it is a global world we are living in. We live in a specialization, but being extremely dependent when it comes to food on external partner, it is a recipe for disaster. So let's try to believe in that we can be self-sufficient. First thing is believing in the mind. I think that we can do it. That is one I can say as a one big step, and that apply to every actor in private sector. Private sector. Either you are a distributor, you are a processor, you are an aggregator, you are a farm organization. First thing is to put to our conscience that we can do it. The second thing is start putting efforts in terms of finding ways to how they can get directly supplied, they produce from local aggregators, and the local aggregators how they can get from the farmers. There are organizations like us and many others similar to Agra who are available, readily available, and has been doing providing a support, and necessary guidance, necessary assistance to these value chains perform. These value chain actors build trust among each other. I think that is something sounds very philosophical, but when it comes to trading the services and the goods among each other, the trust is the key requirement, and that happens until you start sort of being open, being clear, putting everything in written, doing transactions which are traceable, transactions which are not verbal, transactions which are actually documented, and they will help actually to achieve solution for other problems like access to finance. Largely we see often African entrepreneurs are complaining that banks are not providing the finance. But if we start, banks are someone who need collaterals, who need a trace of your transaction, who need a history of your business. And just telling them that you are a registered company since 2007 is not enough to a bank say, well, I can offer you 5 million euros. They need to see in since 2007 how many transactions you have done. Do you have a history? Do you have a track record of that somewhere written, somewhere documented? So that's the second thing, which is again for entrepreneurs to be, uh, uh, you know, able to do document their transactions, no matter how little, how less frequent they are, but it is important because that is also something will help to remove the next big storm in the way that they often find, which is the financing. And because that is how the bank reads your business. That is how they decide in their cabins how much money, uh, what is the risk factor involved. Now I think still on the private sector, the third step I would like to say is that aggregators are a very crucial actors in the value chain. You pick any of the value chain: rice, soybean, maize. Aggregators play a very crucial role, and they require to be more responsible towards their farmers from where they are buying and aggregating, and towards their buyers, off takers, which are actually companies which are adding value to that. So, but these aggregators are also often find with the least support availed by government, or even development partners like us. So they end up doing things in their own way, which is often seen as a very disadvantage. And therefore you see there is a lack of quality. There is food, significant percentage of food loss are being done. So the step that they should take is also to take that intervention, that work, as a long-term business, a volume based methodology rather than a transaction based. Because often you find when you deal with the aggregators, they end up doing transactional practices, which is like done one transaction with one supplier or one buyer, and that's it. Next year, next season with someone else. We need to see these aggregators do more repeated transactions with maybe similar companies with a similar supplier. That is how the real development will come. So that also comes with a lot of coordination that organizations like us and yours probably and many others who can facilitate that. Once we facilitate that, it becomes a routine. Then you don't need to go back again to the same actors. You move to the similar other actors, and it spreads like a fire in the jungle. Another step largely is at the farm gate level, at the farm organization. If we can provide more support and more assistance, but also at the farmers, also particularly the farm organizations need to be a little bit more organized. The more organized they are, the better they are able to understand their needs of development, and they will be in a better position to find the solutions for their problems in house, but as well as from outside. So often the farmer cooperatives, when it comes to managing them, management level shouldn't be purely a political management. It should rather be more, a management which is very clear about where that organization want to go, how they want to see their farmers go forward, and therefore, if it is less political, the better it is. If it is more technical, more visionary about what are our key requirements. Now, again, on the public sector, there are certainly multiple. Sorry, I got muted. So on the public sector, there are also, as I said, it's a shared responsibility. You can't fix it just by, or you can't achieve it just one sector does everything. It is not feasible. It is not practical. So on the government side or regional agencies level, what I see is that there has to be again a strong willpower from those national and regional governments or governance structures, that they really want to achieve this, want to have achieve this by this year. And the second step is to communicating that vision into real time actions. And I think they should take approaches which are specific to the particular subsector of agriculture. Let's say a soybean subsector they are talking, or poultry they are talking. One solution, one approach cannot really address the issues of these diversified agricultural value chains. How about government in these countries encouraging to organize these value chains by supporting them to be organized better in a form of associations, in a form of groups, clusters, that actually they can be heard, their issues, their stories can be heard and reapplicated somewhere else. So that is something government can do, of course, but also look in terms of what governments can provide to help the economy, of course. So often you find uh, private sector companies that are engaged in agribusiness, they are often complaining that they are heavily taxed by the domestic governments. Even when they want to move their goods from one location to one country to another, it is heavily taxed. So I think it's a time to understand government, or at least the tax regimes of these countries, to relook at this aspect, that how much not a similar taxation can be applied to that is applied to pharmaceutical industry up, should be applied to agriculture. There are different values, there are different economics behind that. So I'm not trying to teach governments how to tax their agriculture products, but I think there is always required time where you have to relook at those regimes which were probably developed 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Times are changing. So so there should be a way which probably helps to these agencies, these SMEs to grow, allow them. I know most of the countries have the investment tax holidays for 5 years, which is very well a good policy. But one thing is having a policies developed, but another thing is making sure regularly that how they are enforced, because the problem is actually at the enforcement level. A lot of the time we have very good policies, which probably lack in any other developed countries. But what governments can do to make sure that there are some task forces, there are some agencies which actually go back and check if those are really enforced very well, and the beneficiaries of those policies are actually getting that benefit. So these are the things I comes to my head straight away, in terms of that is what these governments can do, but also start believing in each other. As when it comes to regional level, I think we are talking now AFCFTA, Africa Food Trade, free trade area. That's a very exciting time. So it's time
Yeah.
to country believe that this is what we are able to produce in a surplus, and there is a demand in other country. Let's do that trade among each other, uh, but also not doing a one-way trade that is actually two-way. And if these countries think through well, there are ways that the two countries can actually do a dual trade rather than one-way trade, because these are growing economies. They are consuming a lot of products, variety of products, even within agriculture. I'm not speaking other essentials materials. So these are the things comes to my head immediately that I wanted to share with you. I'm happy to hear from other speakers as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. This was a masterclass on its own. I love how very detailed on both ends. And I think one of the things we will do is extract this particular part just for emphasis, right? I wanted to ask, what country are you joining from today, Mr. Sunil?
Can you repeat your question again, please?
I said, what country are you joining from?
This call I'm attending from my current work base, which is Ghana in West Africa.
Okay, Ghana, fantastic. Okay, of all the things you mentioned, there was something you mentioned I wanted to speak to, and that I think was when you were speaking about taxations and land. Earlier on, one of the speakers mentioned one of the problems she has observed within local farmers, and that's land ownership. She said majority of the times banks are asking for collateral for land that don't even belong to the owners. I mean, the farmers in this case may have been leased that plot of land, and you are asking them for collaterals, you're asking them for all kinds of investment criteria. And so once land ownership is not dealt with, we do not have a lot of farmers who are willing to go all the way to put all those requirements required to be able to truly move their agricultural business forward. So I feel like in these stakeholder conversations that we have, there should be schemes by governments to truly allot land to people who have tilled that land for an upward of 5 years and above. So even if it was leased to you in the first place, right? For example, I live in Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos is one of the most urban cities in Africa. If you are going to own any plot of land in Lagos, you have to really have a lot of money to own the land, or you would lease it for a period of time to be able to use it for your agricultural business. Now, if the bank comes to those kind of land, when you don't own the property, you were just leased, the banks may not necessarily be able to give you all you require to push it further. So I'm saying that when conversations like this go on in rooms, I feel like one of the things we must begin to throw up or push forward is how that governments can begin to look at how they can allot lands to farmers who have been in business 5 years and above, and who have demonstrated some level of diligence in terms of the products and services or the produce that they produce from those farms. I mean, this is one of the things that came to my heart as you were speaking. And of course, I want to let you speak to that. But I also like when you mentioned eat what you produce what you eat. I feel like that's a big deal. If governments can enforce this, even though it will be met with a lot of resistance, but it will truly take us a lot further as far as Operation Feed Africa and Operation Feed the World. So yes, Mr. Senior, do you want to say anything about the land ownership, and then we'll move to other people?
Yes, indeed, the land reforms are really, really overdue in most part of Africa, largely here in West Africa. Land ownership is a problem to every stakeholders engaged in agriculture, not just farmers, but also even the SMEs who 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 have to have a premises to operate. So I think those land reforms are overdue. They need to be the land ownership should be simplified. It is not a rocket science. It is something that these countries can also learn from other developed countries or underdeveloping countries how they have cracked this hard nut of land ownership, who own the land. And I think in terms of collateral, when it comes to banks, considering a land, farmland to collateral, I think yes, that is something will really help once the farmers actually are given the ownership, and that will drastically help a farmer to be more accessible to the banks in terms of finance. But there are other methods also which are used when it comes to collateral management. The crop itself, if the farmer is actually able to demonstrate through his record keeping of transactions that he's actually producing this much volume of produce, and year after year he's growing and further trading and selling in the local markets. um, Once he's able to demonstrate that itself, that record itself, it serves as collateral, informational collateral. uh, but same time, I think if there could be investments where farmers can actually physically store, aggregate their product, because often bigger challenge is also the aggregation capacity at farm gate level. So this can also help unlock a lot of problems. There are financial institutions. Once you are able to demonstrate that you have this particular warehouse where the food produce is stored, and this produce has this much value, then they can actually advance you with certain financing. But certainly, going back to the land issue, yes, it is something that has to be resolved, has to be reformed. Uh, Keeping a land access of land as complex, uh, at least for the agriculture I can understand the complexity. Justification can be for natural resources, like where you have gold or diamonds or things. There, as a government, you need to make things a little more complex, because it is extremely high value natural resource, and in a limited volume, limited opportunity, that governments therefore have to make a very complex land access regime or measures. But when it comes to agriculture, this is essential. There is a difference in between essential and you know those products that I just give an example. Uh, so for the essential, I think it is the land access should be more simplified, uh, in terms of anybody who, and you are not in a shortage of land, by the way. The thing is that when it comes to agriculture, I think largely the agriculture activities are done not in extreme urban areas. So why not facilitate that reform, so that farmers, as you rightly said, if somebody is farming for 5 years or 10 years, that person should be have full right of that particular land. So that is what I can say on the land issue. In fact, it is a issue, it is a challenge. And once it is, and it can be solved. It has been a challenge for other countries also in the past, but countries who took it seriously, they're able to resolve it, and you see where they are in terms of their growth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. Thank you very much. Umpo, do you want to share, based on what I just asked now, around land and land ownership? Have you witnessed this within your region, and what have you done in your region with issues like this? Umpo.
I think land is an issue for everyone, and not only, because even where we are, we actually do struggle with land, and it's easier for us. It's easier to get land in the rural areas as compared to get land in the urban areas. So also land ownership also it is also plays a huge role in that. It actually makes it a bit of a channel and a hurdle for us to actually own land, because most of the farmers here, they lease the land. So I think maybe we need to look another way of us really occupying and buying into this land. And land is quite expensive these days. So it is really a huge challenge. But I think if we come collectively, we can actually be able to own land. If we do it collectively and coming together, as farmers, and actually, drafting policies that will actually enable us and also be in favor of us as farmers. So I think we can actually overcome that, because it is a huge, huge, huge issue, especially in the urban areas. It's a huge one. So yeah, that's basically what I think should be done in order for us to own it, and not only lease, but to actually own and have the rights to the land and have the access that we need in terms of acquiring the land. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. I think one of the final questions I wanted to ask Mr. Sunil, Umpo, you're still with us, is how do we encourage younger Africans, a lot more younger Africans? Because every day we keep talking about the rising unemployment rates for African graduates, but there are opportunities that are humongous in agriculture. But for some reason, it seems as though agriculture has not been pictured or sold appropriately or as a lucrative trade in the eyes of a lot of young people. How can we change that narrative? How can we change that dynamics to begin to enroll a lot more younger people into agriculture? How do we do this? What do we sell to them as the benefits? What do we sell to them as the areas of agriculture that they can get on into almost immediately?
Again, a very, very good question, and as actually, it's a very timely question. So I think if you are a government agency, if you are a development agency, if you are one of the actor in the private from the private sector running a manufacturing company, it's a responsibility of everyone. It's not one uh, you know sector or one agency can fix it. So why I'm saying that, because first of all, we need to understand the youth of today. Agriculture has been seen by those youth are not very attractive sector. That's a one reality. Today's youth actually are more digital. Uh, they are more handy with the digital, devices, digital solutions. And if you look at their educations, largely they are actually inclined to those kind of courses and the degrees, um, and their interest is actually in that. Now, thankfully, agriculture lastly has been also very adaptive to these digital solutions. It has not been a sector that didn't receive the digital transformation. In agriculture, we have been seeing a day-to-day basis a lot of digital transition, technological transformation. So I think first thing I want to say is that from the government side, invest more in the institution that actually will produce young brains in agricultural science. You know, we have a lot of people who are coming with PhDs and research and development. That is very important. The research and development people or community or the scholars are very, very crucial. We need more. But when it comes to the middle managers who will run the farms, who will run the agribusinesses, you know, all those different tasks and responsibilities to make value chains work, they are missing. They are missing largely. So that is also one of the a key ingredient required to transform our agriculture sector here. Now, and I think it starts with, of course, having institutions which will produce those middle managers who can perform in these agriculture. We can't just have only the scientists. Scientists can have their role, and thankfully we have some significant scientists. They need resources, I would say rather. Um, but we need those middle managers, and those are the young. So when they come from their school, understanding the value of agriculture, understanding, seeing tools that are advanced tools that they can use, so it becomes an attractive venture for them. Just going and sitting in their group and telling them, hey, let's do agriculture, it is not going to be a practical solution to drag their attention towards agriculture. So I think there are some initiatives. There are some young influencers who are. There is a one guy from Kenya, for example. He called himself Mr. Agriculture. He's a young guy, very young guy. So those are the one also can be you know the people who have tasted the agriculture as a business, as a profession. Uh, they can be also featured, promoted further to actually add more youth into the agriculture. Because in fact, if you look at the average age of a farmer in Africa, it's a very, very worrisome matter, because the average age is above 50. So that means our farmers are actually, the farmer generation is actually older. And when it comes to the percentage of a youth engaged in the agriculture, is very little. And it is really worrisome, because once this current 50-year range of population, farmer population, goes out of this planet as they get older, then who will produce? Who will produce? Who will feed this growing number of young population in Africa? So, engaging, promoting agriculture to the youth and the women, it is a really, really should be a first-hand agenda of any government agency, any private agency, any individual who call himself or herself an influencer for agriculture, and he or himself consider himself or herself a young, like the example I gave, Mr. They have to demonstrate. Everybody have to promote. We are doing as AGRA, for example, in our new strategy. We have a very, very, very clear agenda that we want to promote as many as number of women and young people to come forward to see agriculture as a, as an area of growth, as a profession of growth, as a profession of economic, economic development, economic. It is not. It should, how they call it. It should sound sexy. It should sound attractive, and people. So that has to happen. That has to happen, and we need to be deliberate. If I should say, if I should articulate my ask, we need to be very clear, very, very deliberate. Like we are, as Agra, are very deliberate going forward. We want to make sure that we bring a certain number of women, and if you want to achieve, for example, 14 million farmers in next 5 years, and support 300 SMEs, we want to see 50% of those are actually women and youth. We are very deliberate, very clear. We want to achieve that. So everyone has to be deliberate in that. and then the solutions will also fall, because once we start speaking into their language as they understand tools, digital solutions, and they are available, those products are available, so that the management of agriculture is easier, is less of traditional, but is more advanced management. And there are many agriculture models. Interestingly, there is a one, I think, American company which promotes a farm in the box. So they basically provide a farming solution in a 120 feet container. So a young man have access to that container. That container comes with everything to harvest, to cultivate. I think over 3 hectares of land. So you can imagine those solutions are there. We have sun across the year. There are solar solutions, there are solar pumps that are available, and these are the things which youth want. They don't want to go in that traditional method. They don't see that attractive. They don't see that lucrative, which they have. I won't say they are wrong in their thinking. They are right to a point. So that change has to happen, and I believe if you are a financial institution, you also need to be a little deliberate if you want to make sure that there is a food on the table, because we can't eat money, we need food. People are talking about lab food. Imagine eating a lab food, something that is produced in the lab. It sounds fancy, but is it practical solution? So if you want to continue to see a real Africa that can feed itself, youth and women has to be there, like it or not.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Sunil. Thank you so very much. Indeed, your contributions has been beyond amazing. I'm now going to take one final closing point from everyone, and then we can wrap it up. Umpu, please, if you have specific things you want to get off your heart, but this time speaking to African governments, this is the time to speak it out. Specifics that you want to see change in the continent of Africa that you know the government are responsible for. Umpu, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
I only got the last part about the change that I want to see. Is that
I
the
said
question?
there are things that you desire for African governments to change as far as their response or their efforts in agriculture. We would love for you to share those feedback so that this is a feedback mechanism for governments within the continent of Africa.
Okay. Firstly, I I believe that we with the free trade, it is the first start to greater things as Africans being able to trade amongst each other. I believe that we should not see ourselves as competitors, or we should see ourselves, being divided uh, um, by borders. So my message is that they should encourage more of the trading amongst us um, as countries, and also I believe that they shouldn't be play the gatekeepers. They put so many taxes, like the gentleman has said, they put so many taxes when you import and when you export, the raw material within. So I think they should actually ease them a bit so we are able to trade among ourselves, and also being able to export the goods within ourselves. So they shouldn't be, the gatekeepers as they should. And I think one of the things that we should do is that um, we should be able to collaborate with one another, and that should also be encouraged as countries. And also land, can we please get the land? Can we please get the land and be able to do more? Because as farmers, we are the ones that have the economy. We are the ones that feed the nations. Um, you know, so if we are given the land, this is an opportunity for us to get what is ours. Can we be able to produce our own raw material that we use? May we not take our raw material, go elsewhere, and then they come back and be sold at us? Can we do our own production? Can we plant? Can we, from what we've planted, can we then start producing and eating what we have planted? Not take what our raw material, raw resources, our natural resources, and be taken to other countries, then being brought back into our country so that we can consume. Can we be the ones that actually do all this processing? Then we can export to other countries. So I think that's what's in my heart, that can we be able to use our own raw material? Can we produce and not be the ones that are forever exporting to other European countries? You know, can Africa as Africa be able to sustain itself? I mean, we have a lot. We are a very rich continent. Let's us not lose sight of that. So I believe that if we, put more focus and emphasis on actually producing and feeding ourselves and being reliable, sustainably, so we can achieve this, because everything, it starts as believing, as the sir said. So I believe that we should take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mpo. Thank you. Meekness, what about you? Is there something you think the governments need to know based on your work so far within the continent of Africa? Meekness, can you hear us?
Hi, Magnus, are you there?
Yes, 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 I can hear you. I think one of the things that I would mention, I believe I'm responding to the earlier statement that you mentioned to the previous speaker.
Yes.
Great. I think for me, I would, some of the things that I would maybe want, if it's a government or rather the government to actually do improvements on, is actually maybe we should have channels that actually enable the easy access of these agricultural inputs. I think that's one of the areas that our government should focus in for us to move on with the motive of actually feeding Africa. And then the other thing also is the involvement of our women. I think we need a gender balance, and so that when we do, even as a government, we need to see women in action in these projects, whether agricultural projects that are being done. And then the other thing I'd want to mention, actually, I'll also pick it up from one of my colleagues. He mentioned about the mindset. I think it's high time, even not just as a government, but even as us Africans, our mindset should be able to change. For us, if we need to enhance our agricultural activities or rather our agricultural products. And the other thing I'd want to actually mention about is on the issues of finances. Of course, we do have some governments that actually give maybe they give out finances. But I think also that's one area, because I think in this our government we see issues where we see the richer are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And you find that even when donor funds come in, they're not able to reach actually the people that actually need these, maybe it's inputs or these are agricultural products that they need. They end up in offices where they're not supposed to be. And then also another issue that the government should look at is the issue of reducing trade barriers. I think we have a lot of barriers, like I was mentioning earlier, on the issues of policies that have to be enhanced and strengthened. And I also finally feel like the government should also endeavor on the digital technologies in the agriculture sector. Otherwise, with that, we are going to have an improved supply chain system in the agriculture sector. Thank you so much. I think that is what I had to mention.
All right, thank you so much. That was really insightful. Hello, Madam President. Please, can you hear us?
Yes,
Are
I
you
can hear
there?
you. Mr. Sonio, please, you can give us like your closing remarks your parting words, and then we can wrap up for the day.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful meeting. And I think the subject that we spoke, the theme we spoke, it's really really very timely and very crucial. Food is actually comes in a category of essential materials, and therefore agriculture has its own importance because practicing agriculture we produce food. That is very clear. Now, my appeal to the governments in Africa has always been the same. Uh, uh, Lastly, in terms of, I think they should be more. Uh, they should believe in a one fact, which is without agriculture, without a farmer, without agriculture value chains, there is no future. There is no bright future you can envision for your country, for your people. So therefore, um, agriculture is something should be very dear to these governments, and when they are making decisions, my appeal to them is to make informative decisions. You know, decisions which are really really backed by the evidence, by the solid information, uh, that will really help to transform your countries in so many ways. And I think the last subject we talked about bringing youth and women into the agriculture, supporting them, the one which are already practicing agriculture, being young and women. I think the first thing I would like to appeal the governments to provide as much as possible to them in terms of support, advisory, solutions that they really need to see this sector as attractive sector, the sector that can generate income, uh, and it is something uh, a very a practical, a reality which is being lived at least in couple of countries in Africa. If you go to Kenya, if you go to South Africa, there are countries which are really doing very well in agriculture. Though we are living in a climate change environment where climate change is coming as a destructive uh, you know uh, element in our lives, but for that we need governments to also provide solutions that can make uh, this sector to be more resilient against these turbulences, these shocks, external shocks that are coming in the name of climate change, pandemics, or civil war. So, so that is what I can say. But in general, I think
Hold
uh,
on.
it is not a responsibility of government alone. It is a responsibility of everyone who are engaged in the private sector, who are performing agriculture, who are bankers. I think everybody's has participation. Everybody, little or more contribution can really bring a big difference. And assuming that governments will do everything or should do everything or must do everything, I think it is not a practical approach. So that is what I can say in my closing remarks, and I wish you good luck from our end, and we look forward for a very fruitful partnership going forward with the organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you. We have come to the end of today's conversation. It's been an enlightening 3-4 hours plus just sitting here and having these deliberations. From all of us at the African Government Stakeholders Engagement Forum, we are grateful. And we know that these partnerships will not end here. We will continue to partner with all of us at different capacities. Jadisola, over to you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you for joining us for day one. And of course, we're looking forward to having some of you at day two tomorrow. I mean, some of us will be live in Lagos, Nigeria for the physical event of the African Government stakeholders engagement forum. I mean, it's been an insightful conversation. I mean, left for me, I mean, I've had to see a different perspective, touching from different countries in Africa, understanding the power that each of us have to be able to make Africa the food basket of the world. Thank you so much once again. And of course, it's been a delight. My name is Lady Jade. And again, it's been a delight to serve as the moderator for this virtual event. Thank you so much. And of course, have a beautiful rest of the day. Bye for now. Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Sunil, I hope it's
Thank you
okay
for
to
your
reach
help.
out to you personally.
I'm sorry?
I said, I hope it's okay to reach out to you personally.
Yeah, it depends. Often I have troubles, but otherwise, yes, you can write back to me as you require.
Fantastic. That's good. I will. Thank you so very much. Because I feel like there are several mutual partnerships we can enter into as organizations that we need to discuss further outside here.
Yeah, we have a dedicated department when it comes to external partnerships. So
Okay.
I'll connect you to those colleagues.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.